Can you guys hear me? Good morning and welcome to the Beaufort County Board of Education work session of January 26, 2024. This meeting is being conducted by hybrid video conferencing and is being live streamed by the county channel. In accordance with the safety and security guidelines, bags, backpacks, and purses are prohibited by the public at the Beaufort County Board of Education meetings. Requests for public comment participation will be accepted this morning, or it already was accepted between 7:30 and 8 via email to robin.cushingberry@beaufort.k12.sc.us. And if you submitted a request for public comment, you will receive a phone call where you'll be able to speak and address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. The forum is limited to 30 minutes. If you are in person, you must address the board for a maximum, the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain, and each speaker must fill out a public comment card. Please see the board clerk or a card. So we now need a motion to approve the agenda.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve today's agenda.
We'll get it to it. All right, any discussion? We have a forum because we have online participants. So all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Aye.
That's vote right?
Yes, vote right, aye.
Yep. Okay. So, are you unanimous?
All right, now we will stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Please be seated. The media has been properly notified. Next on our agenda are public comments. Have any public comments? Next is our motion for the policy committee, but I do not see Rachel on here yet, so I really think we should move over that and go on to the next item. So why don't we go with our Riverview Charter School annual report, since I see you ladies are here. Liz O'Brien, the interim director for Riverview Charter School.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us. Just going to wait that we've got a very brief presentation to go through while we present. While we're waiting, I'll introduce myself. I know some of you. I'm Liz O'Brien. I'm the interim director for Riverview. I've been the interim director since December 1st and will be serving in this role until a permanent director is selected. I'm new to the role, but I've been at the school for 13 years. Typically, my job is operations manager. So this is a new seat for me, but I know a lot about the school and about the role. This is my colleague, Nan Burvanich, and she is our Cycle 3, which is our middle school, 6th, 7th, 8th grade lead, and also our assessment leader, and has does a lot of the work of putting the annual report together and looking at all the data that goes into it. So hopefully all of you have had a chance to review the annual report. As you may or may not know, it's a template that is sent to charter schools by the Department of Education. So it's pretty simple to fill out, has basic information about the school, about our performance on the state report card, and about our board members and our faculty members and our instructional staff. So I'm just going to go through, I don't want to go through the nitty gritty detail of it since you have it to review. If you have questions, please ask. I'm going to go through some highlights of the annual report and just talk to you a little bit about Riverview. I believe everybody that was here last year when we presented the annual report and gave kind of a little bit of a basic Riverview 101. So I'm not going to repeat myself there. Again, if you have questions, please ask. We're very happy to answer anything. Okay. Let's see. So snapshot of Riverview. Just as by way of an update and a little bit of background, Riverview opened in August of 2009. And so this is currently our 15th year of school. I know it still seems somewhat like a new concept in Beaufort County sometimes, but and maybe to those of us, but as we all know, time flies. And so we are progressing along really well. We renewed our charter contract starting 2019-20 for another 10 years. So thank you for that. And we're moving along well in that. I do want to just share a little bit about now that we have some results of our school and what the students do when they leave us. We have had 8 classes of Riverview students who have now graduated from, they've graduated from high school. We have put about 600 Riverview students into Beaufort County schools over those years. And we don't call it graduation, we call it moving up because they're not graduating. That's another process for them. And on average, about 85% of our students end up in Beaufort County School District high schools. So we have some good information there on them now. In fact, over the years, I was doing some work and looking, and we have 9 students over those years who have been either valedictorian or salutatorian at Beaufort County School District high schools, one of them at a private school. And our students are not just academic, though. They're athletes. They're able to play at district schools if it's a sport that we don't offer. So they're really well integrated. They do very well when they enter into high school. We get really good feedback from teachers and the community. And we're really proud of that and proud of our partnership with and putting good school students into our schools. Let's see. Just to go back to athletics a little bit, we do have about 14 sports we offer now at school. We do not have facilities for that, but we get very creative with it and use district fields, different gyms when we can and things like that. But again, if we don't offer a sport, they're able to play they can wrestle or play football, things like that at other schools. They are really doing well. So we love to see what our students do when they leave us. They return to Riverview as volunteers and mentors. And recently we found out that one of our students is now a teacher at a Beaufort County School District school. So it's really fun to see things come full circle. Let's see. Okay, next slide, please. School information. This is just the detail that's in the annual report that says some of what I just said when the school opened. Please note that this annual report is for last school year. So all of that information is last year, not right now. So it still lists our previous director because that's who the director was that year. Okay, next slide. Enrollment. As of the 45-day count, last year, we had 698 students. The maximum students we will ever have is 720. That is part of the charter renewal, 20 students across 4 homerooms in 9 grade levels. So that's where we'll max out. And there is usually some attrition throughout the year, so we don't typically get to 720. It's averages around 698 or 700. Okay, next slide, please. Annual report highlights. So all goals on the annual report were met. If you look at all of them, we received 2 state report cards, one for elementary school and one for middle school. Overall performance for elementary was average and for middle school was excellent. In the annual report, there are details about how some breakdowns within those. I will note that elementary being average, typically, we have scored a good score on that. So that is an area that we are working on, mitigating some learning loss from COVID and other things that are going on there. While middle school is excellent, again, there are always some pockets in those report cards for improvement. Okay. The annual report includes a list of 63 of our instructional staff members. So the South Carolina Charter School law allows up to 25% of our instructional staff not to be certified. However, it is really important to us that we have the most qualified and professional teachers available to our students. So we really only have about 6% at this time. There are only 4. And most of the time when we have somebody that's uncertified, they are actively moving towards certification. So that's very important to us. Okay. Next slide, please. Financial audit. We had no findings, always good news. That has been the case for years now, I think maybe every audit. So we get good results from the auditor. Thank you to Tanya and her staff for working so closely with us on our finances. Very, very helpful. We really appreciate it. That's always good news. Riverview Board of Directors. So we have our own board of directors comprised of 11 members. They serve 2-year staggered terms, and elections are held each December. And we have meetings on the 3rd Monday of each month at 6 p.m. All are welcome. Thank you, Colonel Geyer, for attending recently and over. But anybody who wants to attend, and those are also available by Zoom if you can't make it in person. Okay, looking ahead, we are the beneficiaries of ESSER funding as is the district. That has really helped us with doing some homework help and tutoring programs within the school years to, again, help mitigate some learning loss that we've seen over the last couple of years. We offered it in summer of 2023. We're doing it right now, and this is all with our own teachers and staff to help draw out those students and, give them some extra tutoring that they need to hopefully, bring up those test scores. We have no instructional positions that are open right now. They are all filled, and we are thrilled to have been part of the 2023 referendum, which will provide us a regulation-sized gym and some additional classroom space. Colonel Geyer came and presented some of that at our meeting this past Monday, so we're really, really looking forward to that. And thankful to y'all for supporting it and the voters in Beaufort County for giving that the thumbs up. Thank you. We are grateful for our partnership with you all. It's very strong. We were just talking with Dr. Rodriguez, and while we operate somewhat autonomously, I always know that there are various people, whether it be on the board or the district staff, that we can call and say, I have a question, I need to work through something. And we have, partners at the state as well. So we're really, really grateful for that. We welcome visitors, and please come see us. We love to give a tour or come to a community event. I'll give a shameless plug that the 14th annual Beaufort Twilight Run is on March 23rd. If you don't run, it's still a really good time. There are food trucks and music and all kinds of stuff out in the Habersham neighborhood. It's a big fundraiser for the school. And we would love to have you, come see us at any time. We're also in our open enrollment period, and we're taking applications for the next school year through next Wednesday, the 31st at 4 p.m. And we have a tour next Wednesday at 9:30 as well. But we're happy to tour any of you when it works for your schedule. So at this time, we will take questions. If you have any specific ones about the annual report or anything else, we can answer for you.
I have a few questions and comments.
Yes.
So I noticed you mentioned the non-certified staff can be up to 25%. So this is on page 12 of your report.
Yes.
And if it's a converted charter school, it can be up to 10%. Would converted meaning it was originally a public school? What does that mean?
Yes, that would mean a school.
Traditional public school?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
All right. You've got your, you mentioned that this annual report is a template from the State Department of Education, and you've got your state test scores.
Yes.
One of the, my comments is, and I hope you don't take this the wrong way, is that it does not say in here how you get your students. You are a selective school. You have to apply. If you have too many in whatever categories, you have a lottery, right?
Correct.
Other students only from Beaufort County?
So it's only students from Beaufort County because we are sponsored by the Beaufort County School District. So Bridges Prep and Low Country Montessori can take from any, because they're under the South Carolina Charter School District. Yeah. They can take from anywhere Jasper County, but we can only take students from Beaufort County. The only exception to that is if we ran through the entire wait list of everybody that wanted to come and we didn't have anybody else from Beaufort County, then we could enroll somebody from another, but that would be very, very
Yeah,
rare.
so I think that would be very helpful to have a real short synopsis
Sure.
of how
Yes.
your students get accepted
Yes.
to your school, because that matters when you're comparing some of your demographics
Mhm,
to Beaufort County School District. And I think that's not fair
mhm.
in that Beaufort County School District has to take all comers.
Right.
You do not.
Right.
And if you're going to compare your statistics
Mhm,
or your results, perhaps you should be comparing them to a private school. I
Mhm.
don't know whether that's accurate or
Mhm.
not, but I just think it's unfair because you're implying to me
mhm.
that you are you're how should that it has to do with the school as the reason these students are better. One could argue, yes, that may be a factor, but another factor may be you have parents that are engaged in their
Mhm.
children's education.
Mhm.
They want their child to be there. They chose to have their child there.
Correct.
So that's why I think it's really important to have somewhere at the beginning of your report, even if it's not required by the state,
Sure.
a little like I said, 3 sentences, whatever it is, to explain where you draw your students. How are they selected to enter your school?
Yes, definitely. And if I didn't mean to suggest that our students are necessarily better. I would say the report card shows that, we definitely have room for improvement as well. So, but I can certainly add that.
I understand.
Yeah.
Because
Because
I just saw that was, to me, was the thing that was glaringly missing from the
right.
report.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Colonel Geyer.
Madam Chair, just for historic information, when this charter school opened up in 2009, my son and his wife applied for the school for my 2 grandsons. They did not make the cut. The second year, they did not make the cut. The third year, they did not make the cut. They did not make the cut because they are required by our charter with this district to have the same demographic as far as racial demographic as Beaufort County School District. And since my 2 grandsons are white, they didn't make it. So my son and his wife enrolled him in Bridges Charter School. Bridges does not have that restriction. Their demographics are not the same as our demographics. And they were only in that school for about 3 years, and then they were sent then to Ladies Island Middle School because, frankly, Ladies Island Middle School had more opportunities, more honors courses, more athletic, different clubs and so on that they had. So when I have gone down to Riverview Charter School is in my district. And when you go into that school, you see children and teachers actively engaged. You see the same type of interaction between students and teachers that I see at Robert Smalls, that I see at the other K through 12. So I'm very, very proud of this school, very proud of what they've accomplished and what they continue to do. So they do have an advantage. They have some advantages. Especially with the non-certified, because especially in math and science, that's one of our challenges. And we can teach a math and science professional who comes in and retires in this area. We can teach him classroom management and so on, but it's pretty darn hard to teach somebody mathematics from scratch and how to teach it and how to use it. So that's a good thing that they have. I also think it's a good thing that they are diverse and that we are now giving them the same kind of facilities that we have at Robert Smalls. They are one of our schools. They deserve to have the same equal access to infrastructure that we have. There is an issue that's coming up, though, that I want to advise the board. When the charter was established, the school is paying us rent, so to speak, for the Shell Point Elementary School that they took over from us. We closed down Shell Point Elementary, and Riverview has been renting that from us since 2009. I think it's been 2009.
We were at Burroughs Avenue for 2
Right.
years, and then we moved to Shell Point in
That's right.
September or August of 2012. Yes.
Now, we support the school with staff support. We support them in a lot of different ways. Tanya supports them. Robert supports them. And we support them, of course, with referendum funding and 8% funding. I'm not sure that the rent that we are charging is the right amount. And I think we need to have a real good look at that to see what indirect costs it costs the district versus what they pay for the rent. And I think that's a discussion that we need to have in almost an audit of what the indirect cost to the district is to support this school and what they are paying us for that. You know, we don't charge rent for any of our other schools. So that's something that needs to be addressed and can come to start with a finance committee and report back to the full board about these costs. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a motion. I move that the Board of Education approve Riverview Charter Schools 2023 annual report.
Any discussion? For that, and Mr. Campbell, second the motion. All right. All in favor, please say aye. Vote right.
Sorry, I lost my mute button. Yes, vote right. Yes, vote right.
Okay. Anybody else online for board members? I don't think so. Okay. 8 that are participating voted yes. I'll just say one thing. Please don't take my comments as though I think think anything less of your school whatsoever. And yes, all of us that have been on the board know that we're under this OCR agreement, but I would put that in that little short blurb, how you get your students, because I really
Absolutely.
think that's important,
It is.
especially for parents who are looking at this report is
You're right.
how can I have my child go there?
Correct.
Yeah.
You're right. And we've probably think we've said it so much that
Yeah.
everybody knows, but it's not. You're right. It's definitely not the first time we've heard it. So,
Okay.
so we'll keep beating that drum for sure. Thank you. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you.
Carlson.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies, I misread the document. That was totally my fault. I thought it started at 9, but again, please forgive me. Just to tag onto that, I'm going to be touring Riverview. You got a tour on the 31st, so I've scheduled.
Yes, we do. 9:30.
9:30, man.
Yes,
So I
sir.
look forward to seeing you.
Wonderful. Yes, we'll
More
see you
about it.
next week. Anybody else who wants to attend? No.
One more thing. When I went through the facilities master plan, which was phenomenal, I looked and there are 16 of our schools that actually have fewer students than the kids that live in that area, which means we're losing those kids to other choices and other options. And so when it comes times for the strategic review, I think that's something to take a look at. And I think that will illuminate what Riverview and other schools are doing right, because the other 15 have more students coming in than actually live in the attendance zone. So a diagnosis of what is actually causing us to lose students is a perception of discipline or whatever. And then maybe we can formulate a solution to aggressively combat that perception and start communicating that into the community. So thank you I've been looking at Riverview and others and impressed. So
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You'll have a great day. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. So Dr. Wisniewski, we see have joined us. So we skipped over the recommended motion from policy committee on proposed public comments policy, first reading. Are you ready now to present that and make your comments?
Yes, ma'am, I can. I'm sorry, I had a 9 a.m.
Thank you.
agenda.
You weren't the only one.
I'm so sorry. That is exactly what I had on my calendar and what I had double checked last night too, because I know sometimes we get there early for breakfast. I apologize. Yes, ma'am. If you want to move to that, I'm perfectly capable of presenting that.
Perfect. So you may go ahead.
Okay. So thank you to those board members that joined us at the policy committee meeting on Wednesday. We went over kind of the historical significance of the policy committee reviewing the public comment policy and kind of why we are where we are today. I'll revisit that briefly for those that were not there. The policy committee was charged with revising the public comment policy and getting legal advice in regard to that policy. During those meetings that took place early last year, and were quite lengthy with lots of legal advice, we were told and advised that the current policy we have is not ideal in regard to potential legal pitfalls. So the policy committee undertook the charge of revising it based on that advice. And we put forth a draft. Unfortunately, I was not present at the meeting where the vote did take place a few weeks back of that draft, and I was unable to kind of explain things. It's my understanding that there was a split vote on that, and there was 2 other board members besides myself that were not there. So in knowing that and also taking the feedback from that meeting and from board members, policy committee met this past Wednesday. We looked at the prior draft that was considered a few weeks ago, and we made a modification. There was two main discussions at the meeting on Wednesday. One was in regard to potentially removing the second public comment period. It was ultimately decided that we would leave that. So second public comment will remain. It will remain at 15 minutes long. So no changes there. The one change that was made was to Roman numeral 2C, and that was to remove the section that states the board encourages multiple speakers from a group or organization, appoint a single representative to address the board. So that has been suggested for removal. And I am bringing forward a recommendation from policy committee. I'll go ahead and make the recommendation now. The recommendation is the approval of the proposed GC2 with Roman numeral 2C stricken for adoption.
Mr. Dallas.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
I have one quick question. I'm sorry,
right.
I was looking through this.
Yes.
Options. Did we
Go ahead.
incorporate in the GC2 that we're about to vote on the electronic card, or is that a separate motion, a separate issue?
It's included in here because it does reference it.
Yeah, we did
Let me
that.
click what is.
We made that
Yeah.
change at a separate board meeting where we added the words online to codify that. We did that at a previous meeting. So if it's not in this draft, it has been codified by the board to add the
Yeah,
words.
because what I see, just for point of clarification, it says virtual public commenters shall submit the online public comment request form to receive a phone call. And it says to submit their request to participate beginning 30 minutes before the scheduled board meeting begins. So we don't have to take this up now, but I think we need a little more clarification on that because I'm not sure. We had talked to, if that's going to open up at 30 minutes before the meeting or how that's going to work. But so that's kind of a future topic issue.
Okay, I'll definitely put that on the agenda for
right.
future committee. Thank you for that.
All right. There being no further hands up, all those who are in favor to accept this proposed public comment policy that is being presented here. And this would be the first reading and would need a second reading for it to become policy. All those in favor, please say aye.
Wisniewski.
Online,
Go ahead, Wisniewski.
we
Wisniewski, aye.
didn't
Boatright,
hear
aye.
your vote. And Wisniewski,
Yes, ma'am, aye.
thank you. Any nays? Okay, Mr. Victor Nay is a nay and no abstentions. So the motion carries 8-1. Yeah. All right, so that would be the first reading, and it will come back onto the agenda for a second reading. Thank you to Dr. Wisniewski and your committee for meeting this week, and I attended that, and it was an excellent, well-run meeting. And I think one of the things that's going to be beneficial to the public is this greatly reduces the verbiage in our current policy. So we want to make it so the people that are commenting can look at it and recognize what needs to be done and how to participate. So next up, we have our legislative update. And Lynn Stokes Murray is our lobbyist, and she is joining us.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's everybody?
Excellent.
Wonderful. Well, I sent Robin yesterday, and y'all have this very long document of all the legislation that has been filed from 2023 and 2024 to date. And I am not going to scare you all by making you think that we're going to go through all of this, because we're not. But I just really wanted you to see the volume of legislation that we're tracking and how much education is in the forefront of the minds of the General Assembly. So what I wanted to do is talk a little bit, excuse me, I got a little bit of a cold action going on. Talk to you a little bit about the governor's state of the state and a couple of pieces of legislation that are moving, some budget items, and then maybe finalize talking about the board's recommendation and resolution on the budget and millage being decided by you all. So if that's okay, I will move forward. Dr. G, does that sound like a good?
That sounds great.
Okay, perfect. Well, we have just completed week 3 of session, and out of the gate, just as gangbusters, it's just been busy, busy, busy. The governor presented his state of the state on Wednesday evening, and he highlighted education, not only K through 12, but higher ed. But I wanted to make sure you all knew a couple of things that he has recommended. There are expected to be a large increase in new student enrollment, and he has appropriated in his executive budget $21 million to be able to accommodate those new students coming into the system. He's also increased, y'all remember last year, the House and Senate adopted the Education Scholarship Fund, which was basically an effort for those who are at the poverty level to be able to make choices for public or private homeschool, whatever, for their children. He's increased that budget from $15 million to $30 million to accommodate requests for children that want to be in that program. Now, obviously, this is just an executive budget recommendation, so we'll see where that falls out. He continues in his efforts to increase starting pay for teachers, up additional $2,500 in this fiscal year to $45,000, which would be a $2,500 increase, as I mentioned. By 2026, looking to have $50,000 as the starting teacher pay. He also mentioned that the average teacher salary is above and exceeds the Southeastern average. Right now in South Carolina, we're at $57,737. So all those things in the governor's recommendations. And I will say that the House Ways and Means Committee is now taking subcommittee testimony on the budget. We will be in full Ways and Means Committee for budget debate the week of February the 19th, and then it'll be on the floor 2 weeks after that, and then kicks over to the Senate. So all the things going on in the budget are happening now. And again, we'll be following all of that closely. I expect that Ways and Means will adopt a lot of these proposals that the governor has recommended in his executive budget. Couple other things I want to mention. There's been some legislation introduced just this week on a Teacher Bill of Rights. It's House Bill 4864. It's by Representative Seth Rose, who's here in Richland County. And this list that all certified public school teachers in South Carolina have a range of rights that includes professional judgment, legal protection, disciplinary measures, safe working environments, planning time, compensation, reduced paperwork, and additional compensation for extra work. So that bill was introduced this week and is in the House Education and Public Works Committee. I imagine it will be taken up in the next couple of weeks. The House Education Committee has been super busy working on various and sundry things, not the least of which is the high school league changes. I imagine that will get to the floor in the next couple of weeks as well. Over on the Senate side, want to mention this one because it's a big one and would love to have y'all's thoughts about it at some point along the way. The Read to Succeed legislation, that's Senate Bill 905 by Senator Hembry. This is an update to the 2014 legislation that was passed. The subcommittee on that bill has just started taking testimony from interested parties. Don't know whether you all have any position on that or not, but they are going to continue this coming Wednesday at 10 o'clock to take testimony on the potential changes in this program, with an effort, obviously, to increase success for reading for K through 3 before 3rd grade. So that's the conversation around that. Don't know what it's going to look like yet, but that's out there, and just want to make sure it's on your radar. Also wanted to mention that we have seen an uptick in school counselors. The ratio was 1 counselor to 1,300 students. We now are down to 1 counselor for 600 students. There seems to be an increasing awareness around this because of mental health issues for children, and an attempt to get that number even further reduced. School resource officers, again, continue to be in the forefront, the goal being 1 SRO per school, and we're very close to that. The funds are there. It's just a matter of implementation. Moving to the Department of Education, just so y'all are aware, there is a pending regulation that deals with book bans and how parental concerns can be addressed, and how the whole curriculum is approved. It is a draft regulation. I will make sure that you all have that. Comments for that regulation were due the 22nd of this week, but there is a public hearing next month to take public input on how that regulation may look. So that process is just beginning. Something you all, again, may want to put on your radar just to be aware of, and make sure that if you have any comments that you're able to submit those in the public hearing opportunity. Last thing I wanted to talk to y'all about is a little bit what's going on the House and Senate floor. The House has taken up transgender legislation. It was adopted and sent to the Senate. They have not taken it up in committee yet, but I anticipate that they will do that very soon. The Senate adjourned yesterday discussing constitutional open carry, which would basically do away with all CWPs and allow a constitutional carry of open arms, even potentially in places where placards now say you can't go. Obviously, there's some exceptions. Schools would be one of those, but we are watching that as well as it may relate to anything that you all have concerns about. So that's a very quick update of where we are 3 weeks in. Next time we're together, I'll be able to give you more information on what to expect budget-wise. But I've thrown a lot at you. Let me stop for a minute and see if anybody has any questions.
Yes, thank you, Lynn. We have Dr. Wisniewski and then Mr. Dallas and Colonel Geyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming this morning to give us an update. And I recognize we're only 3 weeks in, so obviously there's a lot more work to be done in the coming weeks. The 3 items that I took interest in from this list, number 1 is going to be HB 4649 on private security in schools. I just wanted to point that one out to fellow board members and also to our legislative committee to potentially track that. Beaufort County was ahead of that, and I'm proud of that. But now there is legislation. I believe it's good legislation and just going to basically permit that in statute, what we've already done. I want to make sure that there's nothing that's going to hinder our current operations of that program. I know we are continuing to move towards SROs, but I just want to keep that one, an eye on that one, and also ask Ms. Murray if you would do that as well for us. The other one is in regard to HB 4706, local referendums or referenda. That one, I think we need to look very hard at. We may want to have our financial team look at as well. I believe as I'm reading it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Murray, that the legislation is looking to move local school tax elections to only even numbered years in the month of November. And if that's the case, that could affect Beaufort County because it's my understanding that we've been running our referenda on a schedule in the odd numbered years. So that could impact us and our long-term planning that we've worked extremely hard to do. And we've been successful with our last 2 referenda. So I'd like to make sure that that's not going to impact us in any negative way.
We can definitely take a look at that.
Okay, thank you very much. And then the last one is just in regard to opioids. I see that there's a number of them on there about the administration of, I believe it's Narcan or other types of agents. So I did want to make sure that we're keeping an eye on that because that's something that's just a personal passion project. I think that we need to have that available in our facilities, and hopefully that does pass. So that is the only 3 that I had that I want to make sure that we're keeping an eye on and people are paying attention to. So I appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Dallas, then Colonel Geyer. Oh, Dr. Rodriguez, excuse me, I missed you.
Sorry, just a quick follow-up to Dr. Wisniewski. We have Narcan in our schools, and we have staff trained to utilize Narcan.
Okay, can I have a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Right. Sure.
Is that in all schools or just in middle and high?
All schools.
Okay, thank you very much for that update. I appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, we have a lot of hands up, so I'm going to try to go in order that they went up. Mr. Dallas next, then Colonel Geyer.
Thank you. I agree with Dr. Wisniewski on the local referenda and moving that. It gives the voter a much greater clarity into our particular issues without it being clouded with the presidential or odd year, even year issues. So I totally agree on that. The three things I saw is the number of legislative offerings by various elected officials targeting specifically in their recommendations public schools. And I wonder, I saw very few where it seemed to just say schools, South Carolina schools. And what that leads me to is to places like Riverview and others and some of our schools. I hear from elected officials that they are proposing that the revenue follow the kids. I have no problem with that. But every attendant cost should also follow that kid to wherever they are being educated. Because what ends up happening, public schools, we end up carrying the expense burden, and then we get eviscerated about our percentage of overheads. And I think we need to aggressively develop our own policy, illuminating that and engaging the community. And that's, I mean, I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just saying let's make sure that that's out there. The other thing is to what Dr. Rodriguez just said. Ms. Henderson gave a superb training session last night at River Ridge Academy, 2.5 hours on opioids, CPR, how to plug a bleeding wound, how to provide resuscitation to babies, adults, child and infants. It was phenomenal. And we learned there, and they showed us the AED kits, how to operate them. She and the two gentlemen from Burton. So thank you, Mr. Campbell, for allowing your firemen to come down to River Ridge Academy. They showed us how not to use an AED. So it was very informative, and I found out it's available to every employee. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, of the school district and the families of those schools. So I think there's an opportunity for those of us migrating through the community is to engage the teachers and other BCSD staff and ask them to assemble their families so it flows through the community. You really get 4 to 6 minutes. And what frightened the heck out of me, having been through CPR about 25 years ago before going abroad, is that there's not a lot of time if someone has a bleeding arterial wound. So just wanted to share that and say thank you.
Colonel Guyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I went through this, I saw HR 4242 that congratulates Beaufort High School football team in 2022. I said, well, that's nice. But then I was looking for it. Where's the legislation for fiscal autonomy for Beaufort County School Districts? I don't see it. That is my personal top priority. And I could, Beaufort High, high school football team, thank you very much. But let's get what's really important to our future on the agenda and in a law.
So can you speak to that,
Yes,
Lynn?
and-
You mentioned that.
Meant to, I had that on my list, and I was going to end with that. But yes, we have the draft legislation. We are actually meeting with Representative Herb Kirschman on Tuesday to discuss that, and also Senator Davis next week. I will tell you that there has not been complete agreement within the delegation about this. I feel like that you all have armed us with lots of reasons why you need the autonomy. So I am hopeful that we will get that legislation dropped within the next 10 days. So that would be 2 legislative weeks. So expect that to happen.
So I'd just like to add to that is, Lynn, I've copied you on everything that the board has sent to the delegation. So like you just said, you have a lot of information for us, why we feel fiscal authority is in the best interest of the school district and the citizens of the county. There's something else I was going to say about Tuesday. I'll think of it in just a second. Sorry about that. We'll go to Ingrid.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my thing that I noticed, let me pull it up here, I had the number, is HB 3293, cell phone ban in public school classrooms. This is something I have been asking to get on the board's agenda. There is strong research coming out that is correlating student achievement, student mental health with cell phone use. And there are some really good programs being run right now that it's not a ban per se, because I've never been in favor of a ban in that it puts the burden of enforcement on teachers and principals, and that's just a nightmare, right? Because kids are very good at sneaking their cell phones and their devices around. This is actually, there's some technology now that allows schools to manage cell phone use and to turn them on and off, or to put them into essentially bags, for lack of a better term, that the kids would kind of, check in during the day and check out. We're never going to get kids to not bring their cell phones to school. And the way the world's going now, my son's car key is his cell phone. So but there is some really good programs that are being done. A lot of them are being done in the Northeast. They're having tremendous results. And the data is there. So I'm really excited to see the legislation taking it up, but I think that there's an opportunity here for our school board to kind of look at what's already being done and be a leader in the state and showing how we can smartly do that. And then hopefully we could develop a data collection process around it where we could demonstrate the impact on student discipline, attendance, mental health, and academics. So I just wanted to call that out as this bill's going through. I think that's an underappreciated piece of legislation.
And let me just mention as well that there is legislation that is being debated presently that deals with social media to try to tamp down and decide how we can better regulate social media for kids. And obviously it's somewhat controversial, but there seems to be a real effort and certainly an understanding of the mental health issues that can result from negative social media. So we will continue to monitor that as well. And I'll make sure that I flag that and send it to Robin so she can share it with you.
And just as a quick follow-up to that, those are both important concepts. The cell phone in the classroom and social media, just as a pervasive influence on young people, are two related but separate issues. The one that's going on right now, and what stuns me, and I've talked to people about this, is actually telling kids they cannot, it seems, pretty self-explanatory. You can't have your cell phone out and looking at Snapchat and Instagram during the class period. But what they found is that when the kids bucked it and fought it and hated it for a week or two, but then they started looking up, and now kids are actually asking for and wanting these programs where they're not, because there's such a fear of missing out, such a, if you're in there, if everyone else is on their cell phone. And it's just a very different way of looking at it. So I hope that the legislation is looking at what these programs, the kind of results they're getting.
Thank you. I've got my other comments, but Earl, you're next.
Yes, I just want to address them about the media, cell phones. Most of the issue with cell phones don't happen in the schools. It happens when the children are out of school. So that's the parent's responsibility, not the school district responsibility. Every time a issue comes up, a fight or something, it happens outside the school district or at home and in this community. I went through this and I don't see anything in here where the governor is talking about universal early childhood education. He talks about giving money to send children to private school or religious schools, but he has to understand a lot of these parents that live in the rural area don't have transportation. So how do they go get to the school? That's something they need to address. And my last thing is it seems to me that we are afraid of talking about diversity. Why? You know, to talk about diversity in history, people put banning books. We need to ban the history books because the majority of the stuff in the history book is not accurate. Now, some people may disagree with me, but that is true. One example is Columbus. He's never set foot on what we know as the United States of America. He ended up in Barbados. But not only that, him and his brother was tried and convicted for the treatment of those folks in Barbados, but nobody talks about stuff like that. We seem to don't want to know anything about history, the past. In Germany, students are taught about the Holocaust in school. And when they go on field trip, they go to the concentration camps. You know, and there's a lot of history about South Carolina, but I won't go into that today. Thank you.
All right. So going back to Lynn, your comments, your meeting with Representative Herb Kurzman and Senator Davis on Tuesday regarding the vesting budget authority and tax millage setting authority in the Beaufort County Board of Education. I think it's real important. Like I said, I've copied you on everything, so you have all the supporting documentation. I think if you bring out two things, this is what I would say. The delegation told us that we needed support from the county council to have this happen. The resolution that they passed in May of 2023, the county council, was unanimous for this support. 100% unanimous. And that is their wording on the second page of their resolution is the wording that the district is using or the board is using through legal advice. So we're taking the county council's wording. The second thing is that the board also moved this forward prior to it going to county council, and the support for it was also unanimous from the board. So you have, I don't know what the word is, unanimity from both the board and the council. And now it seems like perhaps some of the representatives or senators are kind of backtracking. Oh, now that's not good enough. The third thing is, I have learned through the South Carolina School Boards Association that there are some school districts that were consolidated in the last few years in the state. And those districts were granted fiscal authority as part of the agreement. And I think that is crucial for them to know that there you have districts that were obviously struggling. That's why they're consolidated. And yet they're happy to have voted to give those districts fiscal authority, but are not so generous to the school board and district here. And the Board of Education are the only elected public officials that are responsible for the outcomes of the budget for education in this county. We're it. The buck stops here. So those are the things I'd really stress. And I'm happy to have a phone call with you if you think that would be helpful before your meeting on Tuesday, and happy to even provide input on Tuesday if you would like.
I appreciate that very much, and that is very helpful. And particularly, I was not aware about the consolidated districts that were granted fiscal authority as part of their agreement. I think that makes the case even more strong. But yes, I will call you offline and make sure that we're on the same page. And if your schedule permits, we might be able to do a joint call, or I can call you while we're meeting anyway. But yes, thank you for that. That's very helpful.
Okay, thank you. We have still another, Mr. Dallas.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the fiscal autonomy, as you mentioned, there was unanimity at both levels. That represents 200,000 inhabitants of Beaufort County, which is a significant voting population. If Ms. Murray Stokes or Stoke Murray can provide us the specific details of who's opposing it, then that enables us to be more targeted.
I will be happy to do
Very
that.
good point. All right, Mr. Smith.
In terms of something Mr. Campbell just said, I do agree with some of what he said. Also, can Mrs. Stokes Murray tell us where the state is in terms of African American history, or is any of that being discussed right now? That's at the state level.
We talked about that some last year, Mr. Smith. I haven't, nothing's going on right now. It was sort of rolled up in the CRT legislation, which is yet to be finished over on the Senate side. I can go back and pull that bill for you and send you what is out there. But off the top of my head, I don't remember the specifics of it, but nothing on the floor or in committee in these first 3 weeks. That was really more debate from last year.
Thank you. And also, I heard that you said that there will be there will be hearings to hear people, and also, and do you have those dates as well for those hearings for people to come up there and testify as well?
Absolutely. And I'll the staff and let them send them out to you all so you'll know what the future dates are.
Right. And also the procedure. I know there's a process on how you get in the queue for that.
Oh, to speak. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I can send you that information as well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Of course.
So Lynn, send that to Robin and then she could distribute it to all of the board members, please.
Absolutely.
And I'd also, okay, thank you for joining us today. And I also want to comment or agree with, I believe it was Dr. Wisniewski and Mr. Dallas, that proposed legislation switching when school referendums could go to the voters is a distinct disadvantage to Beaufort County. I assume they probably are doing that because they want to say, oh, we want more people to go to the polls to decide this sort of thing. But as Mr. Dallas so eloquently said, yeah, but they get everything else on their mind when it's on an even years because of all the other elections that are taking place at the same time. Whereas if it's by itself or with only a few items, a lot of education and focus on just that referendum or just those school needs or referenda could be discussed with the public.
Yeah, that it's really coming from the state election commission and the county election commissions trying to get uniform voting procedures. There's been a good deal of pushback on these bills, and in particular, just dealing with having elections in November when someone gets sworn in. There's been some amendments to that. There's been discussion about eliminating municipal election commissions. It's a hot mess. So I will make sure that we have express our concerns strongly that we want those on referendums to be placed on odd number years. It makes perfect sense to me.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you. Wait a sec. We got one ahead of you. Mr. Nay, I don't think has spoken yet. And then you'll be next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question. We as a board, did we give Mrs. Stoke Murray like definitive direction that this is our number one priority, our fiscal autonomy number one priority for her?
Well,
because if we didn't, I just want to.
So the board voted on this. I think it was before you came onto the board, and it was unanimous. And so we're still moving that forward. what has to happen for us to for that to be vested, that authority be vested in the board, is for the our state or Beaufort County state legislators have to introduce legislation to the General Assembly that then the General Assembly will vote on. So that's the only way that or I should say that is the way that is being pursued, because that's, where we've ended up with this whole situation after a number of years. And Earl can tell you this has been going on for forever. Yes, a vote was taken, not while you were on the board though.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, I'm aware of the process of doing that.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if we as a board told her this is our number one priority.
I don't know if it's one of the priorities. Each year we come up with legislative priorities, and that those are developed at the legislative committee level and then brought forward to the board and to Ms. Stokes Murray. So she knows, what our priorities are. So she has those from prior years too.
But again, so we don't know, we haven't ranked our priorities with her.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. I believe it was Dr. Wisniewski who said her hand was up.
Sorry, I was just trying to add, I don't know if our recommendation on that referendum language would be that we prefer it on odd numbered years. I just think we don't want any restriction on what year. I'm personally fine with running it in November of any year. But I think when you start doing that, you get into those school districts that maybe are on even cycles. So I don't want to compete with anybody in that regard. It's more so just let's not put a certain year restriction on it. November is fine because that's when people turn up. So
Agree. All right. Well, Lynn, we have board committees have been reassigned for this year, and just so you're aware, we'll be announcing these today. Legislative committee is going to be Rachel Wisniewski as the chair, Earl Campbell, and Elizabeth Hay. So I'm sure they'll be reaching out to you in the near future, and you and I will talk about Tuesday.
That sounds great. I look forward to working with the new legislative committee, and thank you all very much. Have a great rest of your work session.
Thank you. Have a nice weekend.
Bye.
So let's take a 10-minute break for coffee and bathroom, and then we'll have our next agenda item regarding the bond resolutions. All right, we're back from our short recess. The playground was nice. So now we are on to our next agenda item, which are the bond resolutions that will be presented by Franny Heiser from Byrne Foreman.
Good morning. Just wanted to introduce Ms. Heiser real quick, but just as before I do that, I just wanted to mention today we're going to have three resolutions, bond resolutions. One is a resolution to issue bonds. The other two are basically refundings. So you have been presented, I believe it was in December, Brian Nurick presented on these topics in thorough detail. And so today is the day we're going to be asking for a motion to move these forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Heiser.
Good morning, and thank y'all for letting me be with you. If you saw me in the back there yawning, it was because of the Carolina women Gamecock basketball team. It was if you need to get your heart pumping, watch one of those games. So, but it is good to be with y'all for really what's exciting for me. Brian Nurick comes and he says, "Oh, he's all ginned up and excited about the numbers." But today we're doing some things that are on my side of the line, the legal work that lets us put into place Brian's numbers and y'all's strategy. So we do have three resolutions. The first is the resolution to authorize the issuance of your referendum approved debt, $439 million, one or more series, one or more years. This resolution is really what we call the kitchen sink. It authorizes every conceivable methodology for issuing your debt in the most cost-effective way possible. So probably, I think the current idea is that the first debt to be issued would be bond anticipation notes. They would be sized so that it would pay for maybe the first 12 or 14 months of your construction needs. Then it would be determined whether you issue another note or whether it's time to issue longer term bonds. I do know that one of the things Mr. Nurick is thinking about and would recommend to y'all is that their referendum debt borrowings get on a cycle where we're selling your debt about this time every year. It is historically the case that the first couple of weeks, maybe even the first 3 weeks of January, there's not a lot of paper, there's not a lot of bonds issues ready to go. And so we have found that January is a really good time to be issuing your debt. Brian will be with y'all on what we affectionately call Debt Day. I think it's at the end of March, and he'll have more information for y'all then about how he foresees this debt rolling out. But of course, it's all up to when the money is needed, and we will stay obviously in close touch with the board, with Tanya, and with Robert. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Madam Chair, I have a motion. I move that the Board of Education authorize the issuance and sale of not exceeding $439,035,000 general obligation bonds in one or more years in or more series with appropriate series designations, the issuance of general obligation bond anticipation notes in one or more years, in one or more series with appropriate series designations, and the issuance of bonds through the SCAGO Go program in one or more years, in one or more series with appropriate series designations by the school district of Beaufort County, South Carolina, providing for the form of the bonds and notes, fixing certain details of the bonds and notes, authorizing the superintendent of the school district or his lawfully authorized designee to determine certain matters relating to the bonds and notes, providing for the payment of the bonds and notes and the disposition of the proceeds thereof and other matters relating thereto. Do I get a second?
Okay. Second by Chloe Gordon. So do we have any questions or discussion? Colonel Guyer?
This is very, very important to give the kind of flexibility to Franny and to Brian, because right now in the economy, we're at a kind of volatile time. They don't know whether to raise interest rates to try to cool the economy down or to lower interest rates to lower inflation. Those are two fundamental issues. And of course, this is a high volatile time because of the election year here. So basically what this does is it allows Brian and Franny to take a look at the market, and based on market strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities to take advantage of that. We were very, very successful in the last referendum in doing this. And we were successful because in the last referendum, we gave exactly the same flexibility to our bond counsel and to our financial advisor. So I strongly encourage my fellow board members to approve this resolution.
Seeing no other hands up?
Madam
Oh,
Chair.
I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go. I didn't see your hand, but go ahead. Now I see it now. Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing that I noticed and that I want to make sure that I point out and we have a brief discussion on is I believe it's on page 2 when you get to the bulleted items. The bulleted items do not match the ballot language on item number 3. So we did make a modification when we approved the ballot language to include the language PK through 5 on number 3. I'm not sure if anybody recalls that, but I believe it's vitally important that that is reflected here. So I would like to make a motion to add PK through 5 or bullet 3.
So how about just make a motion to amend the resolution to mirror the ballot? I think that way, if there's anything else that's a discrepancy, it could be corrected. Is that good, Franny, to do it that way?
You might say specifically for this third bullet, so it'd read constructing and equipping a pre-K through 5 elementary school in Bluffton.
Okay.
And any other. So I would do specific and the catch-all.
Okay. So
Okay, so go ahead, Dr. Wisniewski.
I move to amend the motion to reflect bullet 3 stating constructing and equipping a new PK through 5 elementary school in Bluffton and any other modifications as necessary to match the ballot language.
Do we have a second? Okay, Mr. Dallas.
I know that was a lot, Robin, so. My apologies, I can't hear her, so if I can see it on the screen, that would be better.
Yeah.
Okay, so since it can't come up, Dr. Wisniewski, to be shown on the screen, you were inserting pre-K to 5 in front of the new elementary school. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
No, that was Chloe Gordon. Yeah. And the other thing you said, and any other modifications or discrepancies, I think, I've forgotten what word you used. I think you used the word modifications.
Any other modifications necessary for the resolution to conform to the ballot question?
Yes, ma'am. That's perfect.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so we will vote on the amendment. So all those I don't see any other hands up. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand, say aye. And online,
Boatright, aye.
Wisniewski, aye.
okay. Any nays? Okay, Mr. Smith, and no abstentions. So I believe that would have passed 8-1. As we have two members, 9-1, I'm sorry, yep. 9-1. Thank you. All right, so now we got to go back to the original motion for the resolution with that our Secretary Middleton read, and that was second by. Actually, yeah, so I think the amendment was second by Mr. Dallas. That's my, yeah. The original motion. Sorry about that. Uh-oh. All right, so if they're, Mr. Smith?
I do have a concern in terms of selling these bonds right now, because with the banking system, I noticed that the banking system they're changing their rates, and they're doing a lot of stuff right now, and they're not offering some stuff that they were offering recently. How are we going to move this forward to sell this based upon the banking systems? They're shutting down a lot of opportunity that I've been noticing lately. And who, where, when, why, what's that process look like?
As I mentioned, I think the first debt is going to be issued as bond anticipation notes. That type of debt in South Carolina is outstanding for no more than 1 year. So you'll have short-term debt to potentially give the markets an opportunity to settle down. The bond market is different from what we would see if we go to a bank. It's based on many other factors. The Fed rate is one factor, but the long-term cost of funds and the yield curve and inverted yield curve, those are all Mr. Nurick's purview. But the goal here is to have the flexibility to allow y'all to get your funds when you need them in the most cost-effective manner possible. And so that it'll be evaluated on a continuing basis. And as I said, you will get a fuller briefing from Mr. Nurick in March. And he would lay out what he foresees at this time, but he will tell you that he doesn't predict. He only describes and helps y'all react. So I feel good that y'all will end up being able to sell all of this debt within the projected numbers and the millage rate. And so this should be another opportunity for the school district to do really well and to meet the expectations of your taxpayers and your voters.
So you said he would be able to let us know that in March. Is there a reason why we are voting now instead of March?
You correct. Yes, there is. There are things that we have to do in preparation for selling debt, even if it's a bond anticipation note. So we have to draft documents. We have to have the rating agency process go forward. And so by adopting this resolution now, we'll have the opportunity to have things ready to go in February or the middle of March. If we waited till March, you'd be talking April or the end of April. So I think the goal is if y'all need money, in March, we'll be able to provide that by y'all adopting the resolution today.
Mr. Dallas?
Yeah, just want to note that as Ms. Franny said, this gives them flexibility to react to whatever the market dynamics are. We have an inverted yield curve right now, which is not something that normally lasts. And so that's going to end. And when it ends, we need them to be able to move quickly and seize opportunities. And our point, they came forward with a modification last year where you saved us significant hundreds of thousands of dollars by having that ability to move quickly. So a good point, Mr. Smith. But I think that sort of supports what Quest is.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now we're voting on that original motion. So all those in favor for the resolution, please say aye.
Vote
And
right, aye.
online?
Wisniewski, aye.
Okay, nay. Okay, Mr. Smith, and no abstention, so the motion carries 9-1. And it goes as amended. Madam Secretary.
I'm happy to read the resolution if you would like.
You want to read that first, or you
Okay,
want me to read the motion first?
Let me read the caption, and then you can say I make a motion based on what I just read into your record. How about that? Because I drafted it, so it's my language. So this is a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of a not to exceed $16,293,200 general obligation refunding bond series 2024 or such other appropriate series designation of the school district of Beaufort County, South Carolina, fixing the form and details of the bond, authorizing the superintendent or his lawfully authorized designee to prescribe certain details relating to the bond, providing for the payment of the bond and the disposition of the proceeds thereof, and other matters relating thereto.
Madam Chair, I make a motion based on what was read into record.
And we need a second.
Second.
Okay, and the second, okay, Earl Campbell. All right, now we can have a discussion, or first you go.
This is this resolution and the next one are really sort of exciting from my point of view, because you're doing something that's rarely made available to school districts. And again, I have to give Mr. Nurick credit for really his foresight in seeing this develop. In 2021, taxable interest rates were sufficiently low that you were able to refinance debt that had been issued in 2014, and you received substantial savings with even a taxable interest rate. But the federal tax law now provides that you cannot issue tax exempt refinancings until the redemption date or 90 days before the redemption date. So 21 to 24, there was no way we could do a tax exempt refunding bond, but the taxable bond was a really good deal. So the foresight was, well, in 2024, you would be able to refinance that taxable bond with tax exempt debt, but the transaction that was sold in 21 was not callable. It's only in existence for 10 years or less, and you generally don't have call provisions or redemption provisions prior to maturity of debt that's 10 years or less. But TD Bank, which bought your taxable bond, said, well, we would be willing to waive the prepayment penalty to allow you to refinance this debt with tax exempt debt. And the TD Bank actually delivered to the school district a proposal in February of 2022 that said, here's what our tax exempt interest rate will be. And y'all voted to accept that term sheet on the condition that we have a lawful public sale of the bonds prior to the acceptance of the TD term sheet. So this document sets up a sale. We're going to offer for sale this tax exempt refunding bond. And one of the conditions of the sale is that in order to be considered, the bid would have to include the written consent of TD Bank, the holder of your 21 bond. They have to consent to the prepayment. So realistically, only TD Bank is going to consent to the prepayment. And so we're going through this process, though, to meet the requirements of state law. In this switch from taxable to tax exempt, I don't think you have a lot of extra savings. I think I saw a number of like a couple of $100,000, but that is not anything to leave on the table. It's something that we would recommend that y'all take advantage of. And this transaction will be sold and closed on March the 1st, which is the redemption date of the original debt.
Thank you for your explanation. There being no hands up. All those in favor of accepting this resolution, please say aye. Aye. Online?
Boatright, aye.
Wisniewski, aye.
Okay. Mr. Smith, are you voting?
I'll abstain from that.
You're abstaining. Okay. So the motion for this resolution carries 901. Mr. Smith is the abstention.
The next resolution is a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of a not to exceed $13 million taxable general obligation bond, Series 2024A, or such other appropriate series designation of the school district of Beaufort County, South Carolina, fixing the form and details of the bonds, delegating to the superintendent or his lawfully authorized designee the authority to determine certain matters relating to the bond, providing for the payment of the bond and the disposition of the proceeds thereof, authorizing the prepayment of the $29,050,000 installment purchase revenue refunding bond in Paren School District of Beaufort County Project Close Paren, Series 2016, and other matters related thereto.
Madam Chair, I make a motion based on what was read into the record.
All right. Ms. Boatright, would you like to second that one?
Yes, thank you. Second.
You're welcome. All right. So go ahead.
So this is really a special transaction, and you're basically getting a twofer in this resolution. This resolution does two things. It authorizes the school district to pay all the amounts due for your currently outstanding installment purchase revenue bond from 2016. There is one holder of that bond. It is a bank that is it's a subsidiary, wholly owned subsidiary of JP Morgan Securities. We do a lot of work with JP Morgan, and in another school district, they were willing to offer the same type of opportunity where existing debt could be prepaid, even though the documents from 2016 do not provide for prepayment. That again was a transaction with a no call provision. And we're going to the entity that controls the bond and have them authorize or waive the no prepayment. What you will do, you will on this coming Monday, actually, this is an example of an opportunity based on this inverted yield curve. And when a bank or a securities firm takes a loan in-house, they have contracts regarding the cost of capital, and they've got swaps, and they've got derivatives, and they've got hedges, and all these things that just sort of make my head explode. But they are very real, and you know that JP Morgan and the bank would not be offering this if it wasn't a good idea for them. So the bank will save money by allowing y'all to prepay this debt. Y'all will also save money, and that number is maybe in the neighborhood of $800,000. So, and you will, by prepaying this debt, you will no longer need to issue 2 bonds a year through SCAGO, which is a headache that your CFO would like to get rid of. We can dissolve the SCAGO EFC, the corporation can go away, and basically, the whole IPRB will be done. So because of the timing, this resolution authorizes the advancement of monies from your general fund. And then the bond will be issued within 2 or 3 weeks to reimburse your general fund. So and by using some of your cash to advance this payment, you will ultimately save about $800,000 and a bunch of paperwork and headaches in the future. Well, if I, and I feel like I should mention one other thing. I usually am up here talking about flexibility and, when y'all pass this resolution, I'm gonna ask Dr. Rodriguez to sign the prepayment agreement, the form of which is attached. And once we deliver his signature, this deal has to go through. Not that it wouldn't, but there's no backing out because JP Morgan will start to unwind their future positions, and whatever money they intend to save, the school district be on the hook for if anything happened over the weekend. So I just want to make clear that this will in fact be a done deal by this afternoon.
All right, thank you for your comments. Seeing no hands up, we will take the vote for this resolution. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. And online,
Vote right, aye.
Wisniewski, aye.
any nays? Okay. And no abstentions. So the motion carries 9-1-0.
Thank y'all very much. I hope to see some of y'all at school boards and then again on debt day. But if you need me, if anything comes up, Tanya's got us on speed dial.
So you're going to leave these to be signed today by the
We gotta have it
appropriate
signed right now.
parties. Okay.
Dr. Gwads, with the next item on the agenda, I'm going to need about 3 to 4 minutes.
Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break and we can
Okay.
sign these and do that. All right, thank you.
We'll fill it in.
Okay, we're back in public session after a short recess, and our next topic on the agenda is the budget priority discussion. And Dr. Rodriguez, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. And as you know, the board has been having a discussion regarding budget priorities. I think it's probably better to say that the board has been identifying, I think, their budget priorities initially, independently on their own personal thoughts. And what I hope to do today is to facilitate a discussion with the board to bring those priorities together. Okay. And so if you're online and you're tuning in from home, you're a board member tuning in from home, there should be something placed in your folders, right? In your community folders as a board member that talks about, it just says, it has basically characteristics, board committees 2024, and it says academics, finance. Well, that's not it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing
I don't
anything.
see- I was gonna say, is it in a different spot than the agenda?
It's not loaded yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so this should be loaded in there already. It's your budget priorities categories. You should see that in there. If you can refresh, you should find that in your community. The title of it, I apologize. The title of it says budget priority categories.
Refreshing. Blow by blow. Still not in there. Unless it's in the bottom or something. I don't see it.
It's under budget priorities.
Yeah, okay, well, if it's supposed to be under budget priorities, item number 7, there is nothing in there.
Yeah, same for me. I don't see it either.
I will refresh again. This is pretty much my life as a tech support person. Refresh, turn it off. I'm gonna turn
Robin,
it off.
Yeah, turn it off.
I'm logging out.
Robin, if they're here in person, you have it in your folder. Okay. Yep. So if you're here in person, you have it in your folder. If you're online on Zoom, they're working
I
on
did
it.
with Rachel, log out and log back in, and it's in there.
Ah, okay. Thank you,
It's in
ma'am.
there. Okay. Very good. Very good. Dr. Wisniewski, if you, when you see it, if you could let me know.
Yes, sir. I've got it now. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And so in essence, I had worked on budget priorities, as was the assignment from the board, just as you all worked on budget priorities. At the last board meeting, the board determined that they were going to look at the budget priorities that I had put forth, and they were going to work through an exercise individually to rank those budget priorities. Okay. And so here we are today, and the purpose of today is to engage in a discussion around this. And my intent is to facilitate a board discussion on these budget priorities. I'm going to utilize a process to identify what those budget priorities are. So I know what the top 10 were from you and what you all have put together from what you reviewed and prioritized. I'm going to share that with you in a second. We're going to go through an exercise to take those 10 to 5. And then we're going to go through an exercise to take them to 3. Okay. But I know what the 10 were. I know what the 5 were, what the 5 will be as soon as you're done with that. And then I will know what the 3 are. So I don't want anybody to feel that, well, if we land on 3, 4 was one of mine, but it's not in there. So it's not gonna happen, or or the one I wanted wasn't in the 10. And so that's not going to happen. No, that's not how it would ultimately work. What we're talking about is setting priorities, but it gives me an idea of what your 3, what your 5, and what your 10 were as well as priorities. Okay. And then, at the end, we're going to share a projected budget development timeline that we go through so that, we keep moving the process forward. What I'm going to ask you to do, we're going to try something a little differently here. I've got several helpers in the room and assistants in the room that are going to come around to assist and facilitate with any technological challenges that may arise. So if you would, please come this way, and let's be prepared to assist any board members. If you're at home, call us, let us know. But I think we're going to be okay through this. So what I'd like each of you to do is to take out your phone. You got a QR code there on your screen. You can use that one or that one, it'll work. So if you take out your phone, use the QR code that you see there.
Yeah, it's working great for me. Very cool.
Very good.
Ingrid and
Yes,
I
you're
are
right.
totally on top of this.
Yeah.
Are you in?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you might want to park one of your helpers next to me.
Had to move my cursor out of the way because it wasn't letting you see the full thing.
Did it. Did it perfectly.
All right.
Never cease.
This is the hard part.
Yeah.
While we're waiting, can I just throw out that I love the incorporation of technology to drive efficiency, and I'm excited where this is going.
Thank you very much. And if you look on your screen on the bottom right-hand side, you'll see a little thumbs up. Anytime you're excited about anything you hear or you see, go ahead and thumbs up. We all like likes on our social media. This is no different. So if you like, put a thumbs up. There are no thumbs down, and there are no other gestures with hands. So
Yeah.
that you will see. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. If you're having a difficult time with the QR code there, we can log somebody in through menti.com and they can participate that way. It'll be the same. Okay, so we got everybody set? My helpers around, we got everybody in? All right, very good. And everybody at home is in. All right, so what's the next step? The sheet that you have in front of you that says budget priority categories. You at home, you have that. You restarted your computer to make sure that you got it, and you indicated that you had pulled that up. I'm going to ask you, and it's going to prompt you through your phone there, and you've got the budget priorities categories, large categories, because what we want to do through this process is operate at a very high level, right? Our discussions today should be at a high level, not down in the weeds, right? So let's start with these high level budget categories. Okay, we're going to come down a little bit from that. You know, this is 30,000 feet. We're going to come down to 20,000 feet in a minute. But with this is high level concept. So if you go through that process and identify 3, and I think it's what it asks you to do, and it will prompt you to do 3 of those categories, and go ahead and type them in. And in the bottom, you will have to hit submit.
May I ask a
We
question?
got one in already.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please go ahead.
So, and I want to make sure that I'm choosing the correct one for me. For after school programming, can you give me just a little bit of detail? Is that just during the school year? Is that going to encompass summer school programming? Does that just a little bit more?
Yes, that encompasses summer school programming, that encompasses, for example, extended learning sites, that encompasses tutoring after school, those types of things. Extracurricular programming is probably something that's not as much academic oriented, but certainly taking place outside of your normal school day. Does that help?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yep.
My question is, I was hoping that you were going to break these down because these are kind of.
I think you got to go through the whole process because I think I know where you're going, and you're going to go a little. We're at 30,000. We're going to go down to 20,000, so we're going to get a little closer to what I think you're looking for. If you indulge me for just a little bit and move through this process with me, if we're not anywhere near what you want to do, give me a few slides and then come back.
Okay.
Does that work?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, President hasn't changed.
We have 10 actively participating today, right? Dr.
Yes.
Gladstone, board members?
Exactly.
Okay, so we've got 9 in and we're working on number 10. Yeah, it's kind of neat, right? Neat approach. There you go.
I can't change.
If anybody starts to get out of line, proximity, I'm going to have to move closer. You know how that works, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And the look,
Yeah.
all of those things. Yes. Okay. I've got 9. You set? Okay. So I've got 9 responses in. I've got 10 participants. So if somebody hasn't yet, got it. Okay.
There a way to combine academic and academics? Those are obviously the same category.
I think we'll just know it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So while we get the 10th data point coming in, this is a word cloud, and through this word cloud, what we've done is we've identified the larger the word, or larger the text on the word, right? More of you honed in on those particular items, right? So we see standing out academics, we see early childhood, we see compensation. Then you get down to community engagement, workforce, after school programming, and so on and so forth. Okay, so I invite you at this juncture to I'm going to move us along through this process. So I invite you to have a brief discussion on kind of the way this has turned out at this juncture.
And
If
one
there's
quick
anything anybody.
comment, I knew this when and I think I misspelled it. If the word's spelled incorrectly going forward, it's not going, so you got 2 efficiencies up there and I think it was me, misspelled efficiency. So, just as a, if
It
you
must
say
have been because I was the other one.
yeah, you see, we got after school programming and after
just
school
joking.
programming. So just
You
be
know-
careful when you, I think to choose from that list you gave, make sure you spell it correctly.
Well, I think we're going to as we work through this, we're going to hone in a little bit, but I think, this is part of the discussion, right? So you see 2 efficiencies, you see academics, that at least I know that efficiency is a little bigger word than what we see here because if you combine it, it would be a little larger. Same thing with academic and academics, right? Anything anybody wants to discuss or talk about the way this turned out? Yes, sir.
Well, compensation is one of the maybe top threes there. And compensation is 80% of our operating budget. So any programs or anything that you want to do, compensation has the biggest impact. And that's why I listed it as one. But it's in everything.
Yep.
Early childhood, academics, compensation is the one omnibus piece when you look at size and scope of the budget.
Yep.
We have two people online with their hands up. Rachel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to let everybody know that I can't go back and modify mine, and I had missed the word efficiency. That would have been one of my three choices. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. And now, Ms. Boatright.
Thank you. And I think Colonel Gar's point, I know we're going to go through this more and it may reveal itself, but I think, compensation is a very broad term because does it mean increasing teacher compensation? Does it mean reducing compensation? Does it mean stipends? There's a lot that's a 80% big bucket. So I think that hopefully as we go forward, if that's one of our standout budget items, that we kind of narrow that focus a little bit.
So do you want like specific recommendations like?
No, I'm just interested in just if there's any dialogue or discussion about this as it sort of turned out, right? You all put things into the system. There's an output coming here, right? And so
all right, since we're talking about compensation, I very much support us staying number one in the state for first year teacher compensation, because then that's tied to all the other steps. And we're in an expensive area of the state, and we want to attract and retain high quality teachers.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with my other esteemed colleagues about the compensation. There is legislation pending. Some of those House bills and Senate bills are improving teacher pay to $52,000 starter pay. There's also legislation for SPED stipends and SPED pay. So absolutely. But it's going to be a challenge to maintain if everybody has to raise their standard due to legislation. But compensation, I think, is should be the forefront of what we're doing. Thank you.
I think as you look at legislation out there, I think there is a long-term goal for the state to hit or get to that 52,000 beginning pay. What they're looking at is 2,500, I think, is what I've seen in the budget. Ms. Crosby, Tanya, is that right? 2,500 is what they're at the moment discussing. So as they're discussing that 2,500 increase to beginning teacher pay, for example, their long-term goal is to get it up to that 52 mark. I think they're doing it sort of incrementally. But also it's important to note that when you hear and when you see 2,500 for teacher pay, right? That doesn't mean that it fully funds what it costs to hit that 2,500 mark. Okay. Colonel Guy?
Well,
he was
Mr. Campbell was next.
I'm sorry.
And then Colonel Guy.
The governor and the legislature are talking about $52,000, but who's going to pay for that? The local taxpayers or the state? And you have counties that are a lot poorer than we are, and they're not going to be able to handle that. So I don't agree unless the state is going to chip in and do that. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a real good point. You have to realize when he says, and they say it every year, we're going to raise salaries $2,500. Well, we don't get $2,500. We might get $60 if we're lucky. So, it comes right back to our taxpayers, and we're already ahead of what his plan is now. In fact, 2026, he wants to be at our level, which we are at right now. And you have to also understand, when you take a look at the teachers that we have brought in this last couple of years from surrounding counties, from Colleton, Hampton, Jasper County, including Savannah, including Charleston, they're coming because of that salary. And these are experienced teachers. These are teachers that have a stake in our general low country rather than somebody coming from Ohio or whatever. We're not going to compete with Massachusetts for salaries. We're just not. But we need to compete locally, regionally, so we can get the best teachers coming in here. And I'm sorry, Jasper. I'm sorry, Hampton. I really am. But that's not my problem. I'm not elected by them. I want to take care of our folks and take care of our kids.
Carlton, are you okay? I'm just going to call because it's hard to, I know.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean,
Okay.
we'll have to tag team this,
I'll just try to
on that process.
Yeah. So Carlton next, then Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I like the idea of compensation. I would suggest that we look at having the ability to liberally target specifically desperately needed positions, SPED or counselors. Because since our last conversation, I had some discussions with other school districts across the nation, and they are doing that. And I asked, well, what about, if you are a teacher that's not in demand, do you get a resistance? And they said that take SPED, they said everyone knows in the teaching profession how challenging that is. They're not going to begrudge the SPED teachers getting an extra stipend because it lessens the load on them. Because if you don't have enough SPED teachers, they told me that those kids have to be taken care of, and that pulls raises their students per teacher ratio. So I'm in favor of the compensation. The other thing, just overall, I love the numerical efficiency of this method. It shows us the top three, and it's done without, a lot of verbiage, which is nice, but I like the process.
There's more to come.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Smith.
In terms of the compensation and as well as as us being the number one paid, I think there's going to be some things that we're going to have to go back and look at, because to get there, we gave a two-part bonuses, and we changed that around to put some of it in the salary. So we changed that. So we had to attract some people by giving out a $5,000 bonuses now, which we've changed that structure, and we no longer do it. We do it in a different method. And I've had some teachers bring some concern to me and said that, that when they really look at it now, it's really about it's the same thing as teacher assistants, which is about $1,500, but which equals about $750. So when we really break that down, and you get into the actual what we're actually giving them and how they actually feel about it, even though we're hanging our hats on we're number one, will this actually be able to keep some of the teachers that are not, and our teachers really happy with this new method? I think that's something that we may have to look at as well too, because like I said, I've had some teachers who have brought that to my attention, because I didn't realize that. I was like, oh no, we still give y'all we just put the 250 in the
You're talking
in the
about
salary.
the locality supplement?
Right, the locality supplement. And so that $5,000 bonus looked real good to them for so long. And so now that as a board that we have rearranged that and we've changed that around, we have a lot of people who feel that it's not really, the juice may not be worth the squeeze. So that's something that's concerning and that's alarming. And that's something that we need to think about, is which one is really better in terms of keeping teachers. So that's when I put that out there in terms of moving forward. Thank you.
Ms. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In listening to, my colleagues about the compensation package, I think our district has been phenomenal in raising our salaries for our teachers in order not just to keep them, but to show them that they're valued. I think that's what we're missing here. In any monies that you get, you're going to have an increase in taxes on that money. FICA, insurance, all that's gonna, take play in this. So you're not gonna get $1,500. Yes, it may end up being $700 because of taxes, but what we gave you is $1,500. I have listened to teachers, and what I am most concerned about, our district is taken care of. When our first year teachers come here, a lot of them had to take 2 and 3 jobs after teaching every day. So we have cut into that where now they can focus on teaching our children and not look at the clock and say, oh, I got to be, on my second job by 4:30, get off at, 10 o'clock at night. And by the time you get home, I got to grade papers. It's 10 o'clock at night. So you have to look at cause and effect. We have done a great job. Thank you. And finding the money and doing what we need to do. But we're also, to me, and what I hear from teachers, we are improving this every time you look at it. We are looking at their compensation. We're looking at the value of our teachers and what they do, our principals, our staff. That's what we need to focus on. This compensation is keeping young 25-year-olds and 30-year-olds from having to get a second and third job when their focus should be our children. I want them focusing on the children, and I want them to look at the pay and be able to survive. Our kids couldn't survive off that first paycheck that they got from Beaufort County 5 years ago. They couldn't know, but they can now. So compensation is important. I appreciate what this district has done. And I know a lot of teachers and staff also. So I don't see the point of saying, well, we gave them 1,500, but they only got 700. Well, that's what they're going to get. Even us, they tax our money. And I think some of the monies are not taxed. The stipends that you give out or whatever, however that works out. But then there's some that is. So let's look at why we're not giving it to be number one. It just happened to be that way, people, that we were able to do that. But we did it in a way that is causing us to be able to keep teachers, want teachers to come here, but keeping our teachers from having to take those second and third jobs. Thank you.
Ingrid?
Thank you. Ms. Gordon, I love that. I think that's such a good perspective from someone who has been in this district so long, and it's so nice to have that perspective as well. I think that, and I also concur that I love this approach because it's so hard to get your hands around this, and this is really laying out sort of some priorities and some direction, which I think is outstanding. On the topic of compensation, I think, if you look at community engagement and after school programming, I think those are the same thing. Because when I put community engagement, to me, after school is at the top of that list. But then you also want to look at some other community engagements. And then, I think that one probably could be the biggest of all the words if I'm looking at it. But for compensation in particular, because it's such a broad topic, I think there's a couple of things. One thing is, and Colonel Geyer mentioned that we have a lot of people coming from surrounding counties that are taking jobs for the salary. I would love to see the data on that. Because I've asked for that a few times, where are people coming from and where do they end up living, right? Because I know as someone who lives on Hilton Head as a new teacher, it's darn near impossible to live on Hilton Head or really even near Hilton Head because it's gotten so expensive. So I would love to see that down the road, some actual analysis of what kind of impact the increase in compensation is having. So I think we have to think about, even though we're number one for the south of the Broad, we are probably one of the highest costs of livings in the state as well. Number two, for me, compensation, a big issue is stipends. And that also ties into academics. I think we are, I'm going to make up a word here. We are under stipending some of our academic and arts teachers, and that makes it much harder for people to want to do that. It really has to be a passion of theirs, or otherwise maybe having it something that they could do during their planning periods or some way to incorporate into the school days. But if we're asking people to stay after school and invest in an academic program, an honor society, an arts program, the compensation needs to make it worth it to them. And that's also a nice way to give teachers some extra money as well. And then the other thing is, this has come up in my own personal sphere of the schools, in that we're going to run out of STEM teachers and some CATE teachers and computer teachers because it's so lucrative and you can do it from home now. It's going to make it harder and harder for us to attract those sort of boutique kind of high demand fields. And yet at the same time, those are the fields that probably a lot of students are most interested in learning about. And it's not just STEM and computers, it's also marine boat repair, electricians, welders. The demand's increasing. It's a great career field, and it may be harder and harder to get people to step off the professional track and enter the classroom. So I would like to say, under compensation, I think we need to figure out a way to do some sort of content-based experts that, okay, you're a welder and you've got your own business and it's going gangbusters, but you're willing to train for, or to work with our CATE program in welding. You'll come in, one class, maybe 3 days, whatever it is, one class. So it's not, you're not gonna be there all the time. And if we can find out a way to make that worth their while. On Hilton Head, we have a lot of really amazing scientists and CATE and business owners that are retired, who I think would be willing to come into the classroom, and we need to figure out a pathway for that and figure out the compensation for that. So those are sort of my 3 breakdowns on the compensation word.
Colonel Guyer.
I'd like to shift a little bit to the academics and early childhood. We know of our challenges academically, but early childhood is the base on which we build our academic program. And it's probably the weakest base that we have. And when I see these kids come into kindergarten, and I go down to the different schools in my district, and I talk to the teachers, I say, can you point out the difference between your kindergarten students that have attended early childhood or, programs? Do you know who they are? Absolutely. And when you talk to first grade teachers, you say, can you point out your first grade students, those that have and have not taken kindergarten? Absolutely. And so we start off with a shaky base. And, it seems to me that solving our academic challenge is a almost generational requirement. It's starting now with our preschool and tracking them through high school graduation. And if we can start with that base so that we can have these kids, we lose these kids because they come into the class in kindergarten and first grade and saying, they're smarter, I'm not. No, they're not. They're not smarter. They're just more educated. We've got to address this, or in the long run, we are not going to get where we want to get academically.
Mr. Smith?
Go ahead, Doc. I know you want to say something.
The only thing I was going to say is great discussion. Really, really important things coming forward. There are several more things on here that are going to stimulate a lot of discussion. So this can be a 1 hour session, or this could end up as a 5 hour session. But I think the important thing, if you move through it, you'll have lots of interjections for discussions where these things are going to all come up. So I just want to mention that along the way, because there are multiple opportunities for the continuation of dialogue.
Right. I just want to go back to the compensation and in terms of to paint a picture, I do thank my colleagues for their feedback and their knowledge, but it's just different when you get it from your constituents. And also, Ms. Crosby, is that $5,000 locality supplement that used to be pretty much $5,000? Was that taxed? It was taxed when it was taxed. What was it?
The deal is that before, so it's taxed, right? Just
right.
like other income.
Right.
Okay. But the way it's set up, it wasn't in your salary. So that meant two things. One, it wasn't subject to retirement. So it didn't benefit you in terms of retirement in the end as an employee.
Right.
Okay. And the second thing it also did was that it also made it so that the teacher salary was not comparable to everybody else in the state. Other states who didn't have localities, other counties who didn't have locality supplements, right? Sometimes their salary appeared higher than ours at times, right? And so on top of that transition, our system also put more into employee compensation, right?
Right.
So it wasn't just like we said, okay, we're just going to take some money from here, put it over here. It looks higher. They're not getting anything more necessarily, right? We also put into to increase salary as well as adjust so that it builds into their retirement. They still get a locality supplement. It's not 5,000. Some of that went into their salary as well, right? Yes.
Right. And but along with that, more has been taken out because it's also going to some of it is going to the state retirement. Is that true or no? Right. So,
Ms. Crosby, do you want to come sit up here so you have the microphone available to you? Go ahead.
Oh, I was waiting for her to repeat that.
Hit the, yeah.
Any increases in salary would be, in the base salary would be subject to a 9% withholding on retirement, which would then put in additional funds into the retirement system, which would be eligible at the age of retirement.
Right. So with that being said, then that would basically to the staff, that takes more money out versus what they're used to getting. And so once again, when we talked about this, when we were making this change as a board, what would look more average? What would look more what's the word I'm looking for? What would look more exciting as a younger teacher coming in versus maybe an older teacher who will say, yeah, I don't mind that would help out my retirement, versus a younger teacher who may have those new bills, and Beaufort is very expensive. The cost of living here, it costs more. So some of that would be going towards maybe that rental's insurance. I mean that rentals or your car payment. So therefore, I believe that they my thinking was it was more of valued at the bonuses that were given out versus putting it into their and into their salaries. And I mean, by the end of the day, it's their prerogative. But what I will say from here is now what we could do is also is the same how we tracked it to get here. Then I think that we should be tracking it to see how many people are on board and how many people that are leaving still with this done. And that too should give us some answers in terms of where we're going at in terms of making these decisions. So I mean, it's just like I said, it's food for thought, and I don't want to knock one because I'm open and I'm listening to what my colleagues said, but I don't want my colleagues to be strong-headed and say, well, we're making the best decision based upon how we feel, because how we feel ain't gonna always keep employees here. Because the same way we want to keep them here, there's some give or take room here as well. And I just want all of us to be open-minded and willing to hear both sides of what's been presented. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. Thank you for all your comments on this, and I'm gonna move us to the next slide. I provided the board, as was requested. There were, I think it was 39 or so items that I had put together on my budget priority list, which was provided to you after the last, well, before the last board work session, but you utilized it after the last board meeting in order to identify your individual top tens. And so through that process, I do want to, for the purpose of being transparent here, I want you to know that what I received back had, for the most part, identified 10 within these priorities here. Some of you provided some additional priorities or different priorities. And so they didn't rise through our mathematical process. They didn't rise to the top 10 because essentially nobody else could see or select those. But there's some, I guess I say that to say that those are things we will take into account as we move through the budget process. So just because they might not be in here, that doesn't mean that that they're not going to be taken into account as we go through the process. Okay, so I just wanted to share that. These are the top 10 that that came out of your individual work. Please take note of this. They are not in an order, and I intentionally mixed up the order. When you see it here, I have intentionally mixed up the order. They're not in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're going to do that in a second, okay, as a group. All right. And so I just want to make that clear. These are not in the order in which it turned out. These are simply the top 10 that came out of your individual work. Okay. Now, if you get your phone handy again. Okay. What you're looking at here is a 3x3 grid. And what I'm going to ask you to do, on the right-hand side, you see with a colored dot, you see those top 10 priorities that I showed you a second ago. Okay, they're listed there. If you look at each grid and you think, if we go with the lines that go up and down, so the very bottom left-hand corner, all right, on your screen, if you think of that as, you see across the bottom, it says cost, and up the left-hand side, it says impact. I'm looking for your personal perspective, right? Just your personal perspective as you move through this process on these top 10. Bottom left-hand side, left-hand corner, consider that low cost. The middle, all the way up, right? You consider that medium cost. The right-hand side, you consider high cost. I know you don't have the specific numbers in front of you. I just want you to go through this exercise from that perspective. When you look at impact, consider the bottom one, low impact, medium impact, high impact at the top. Okay. So you've got on your phones, you have the ability to shift around how you see fit in terms of impact and cost. And you're going to rate each one of those 10 right now.
Point of clarification, Dr. Rodriguez. So like
Yes.
the first one. So in my personal opinion, I'll put it on the record. I think it's a very low cost, the opportunities for internships, and a high impact. So for cost, would I leave it at 0 because it's low, or would I say that the cost it's a good thing? You know what I mean? Is it so it would be a 0 cost?
I think you look, I would not consider anything free.
Right,
Okay?
but I'm
Consider
saying it's not like
nothing is free. So I wouldn't go with 0, but I'd go with 1 if you think it's very, very low. Okay.
But that
Does that help?
low cost. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what that score chart was. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep. I took an economics class once and I remember no free lunches. Thank you. Don't forget your like buttons on the bottom. Just kidding.
So at the end, we're going to submit them all?
At the end,
I guess.
At the end, yes, please hit submit at the end, because once you do that, it will start to populate. And as each one of you hit it, the numbers are going to move around on that screen up there. Not the numbers on the right, but the numbers on the grid will move around. Just to note, if you've got two phones with you, please only participate with one, because we need individual numbers on this. All right. So, and I'll know because on the bottom right-hand corner, it'll tell me how many people put in there. So I'll know if it's 9, 10, or 11. I don't know. It could be a computer, it could be a phone. I don't know.
Zip your lips.
I love
Did you hear what he said? Colonel. Woo. Oh. I heard what he said. So did Mr. Dallas. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, it is better. Yeah.
Right.
All right.
I see 9.
Costly. No, it had a big impact. Had a big impact. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we're still at 9 submittals. So I'm going to wait a second here, see if we get the 10th one in.
Okay. We're done.
All right, we're at 10. Okay, so you can see what this did was it took all of your thoughts on this in terms of costs and impact on these 10 items. And the first person who put them in there had whatever it was, right? And then they began to kind of shift around as the second one submitted and the next one submitted. So this is your perspective as a group on the impact, low, medium, or high, and the cost of low, medium, or high on these 10 priorities that you had already selected. Okay. One or two brief comments, if anybody has them that they want to make before I move on to the next piece.
I have a
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. You go ahead, Ingrid.
Oh, sorry. The only comment, I love this. I think this is a great way to visually see and weigh impact and cost. My only recommendation is if we do something like this again, the 1 through 10, I think was dicing it too fine. I would do like a low, medium, high type of thing just to give a little bit. Cause I was like, I don't know, 4, I don't know, 6.
Limited by the specifics of the program, but that's good feedback.
Ah, okay.
I was just going to say that I wonder if we're accurate in terms of, for example, well, I would guess with number 2, maintaining the beginning teacher salary. Yeah, that probably is going to be fairly costly because that affects everything, the whole compensation for all the other teachers. But
I think one of the things important to consider, go ahead.
Like childcare, for example, that might be considerably less than the other things.
And just as
Lower,
a
but it's
follow-up
not.
with that, I
Yeah.
think actually if you use the 3 columns, it kind of makes it like the one column where the number 1 is, that's low cost. The middle column, which is kind of 9, 4, 7, 8, 3 is sort of medium cost. And then 10, 6, 5, and 2 is, those are your higher, they're bigger
That's
ticket
right.
items.
That's right. And I think what's important is when you get into these are decisions that each person is making, right? And so it's also relative, right? I mean, if you particularly value, let's take compensation a lot, right? It might be high cost, but you value it, you see it as higher impact, right? If you particularly value something else, I'm just going to, whatever it is, professional development or whatever it is, you may or may see that as high cost or medium cost, but you may see that as high impact. So what one person sees as, hey, that's a high cost. Somebody else sees it as, it's not that high, right? So there's some relativity to that, I guess. I think Mr. Dallas or Colonel Guy.
Colonel Guy.
Yeah, this is whether or not we agree on the values.
That's right.
It's the scatter shot.
That's right.
And you can see this is really saying where our priorities are, and we're pretty darn consistent.
Pretty consistent. Yeah. That's right.
As a group.
Yeah.
So this should be very enlightening for the administration to understand what the whole of the board is looking at. Well, you can say where you are at the line, but it's the groupings and where it is in the groupings that's really key. We don't have anything down way low or anything way high.
Yeah, what it tells me is that in the 39 or 40 total that you had to look at, right, you identified them as these top 10 are the most important. And this tells me you understand that there may be high cost and high impact from these. So you identified them as your priorities because you thought they had high impact, right? But you also now are looking at it and saying, yeah, well, I think it has high, medium, or low cost. And you can see whereas a group, what you think about this. And so, like you said, you're pretty huddled up in there, etching into that quadrant.
Mr. Dallas and then Ms. Crosby.
Yeah, again, I think this was a very efficient process, and this is the second iteration because I think he had 41 in the first distribution, and now you went to 10, and now we are basically grouping those.
That's right.
The other thing is it's based on the presumption that the administration is going to go back and study the relative cost and all of those of these things. So it's not the final.
That's right. Yep.
Ms. Crosby.
Yes, I just wanted to kind of confirm in respect to the cost, these are almost identical to if I had categorized the cost of the list myself, they would fall almost identical to this. So the majority of the category is in that center column. And that for me would be in the 500, say to $1 million range. So the first column would be say 0 to 500,000. This one would be 500,000 to $1 million, and then over $1 million, which would be your teacher salary increase. That would be the primary one that's in that category. So this falls exactly in line with what my estimates show.
Okay. Nope, sorry.
We're smarter than we,
Go ahead.
than we look.
Yeah.
No,
Ms. Gordon.
no, I'm just gonna say thank you because my colleague and I were talking about who came up with this program to use today for us. And I'm told by, yes, that young lady, that is you, Dr.
Yes, it
Rodriguez.
is.
So we just want to thank you for
Yeah.
your brilliancy
Yeah.
and bringing this to point, because I can understand this. Great, thank
Yep.
you. Thank
You're
you
welcome.
for using this today.
You're welcome.
I think it's a testament that we're all working together. We are of one mind. This is cohesiveness that I have never seen since I've been in this district until today of this school board, the school district, and the superintendent. That
Yep.
needs to go on record.
Yep. That is a big part of the intent of trying to do this in a way that involves all of you at the same time with something you can look at and discuss. And then it starts to become more than just starts with this is my thought and this is my opinion. And it starts to become this is our thought and this is our opinion and this is where we want to go. Right. So, okay. Now, what you see here are those very same top 10 priorities. Again, it's in the original, it's in the order that I gave you earlier, which is not the order in how it ranked. Okay. I mixed it deliberately. What I'm going to ask you to do now, okay, is to move through this process, and we're going to take this down from 10. We're going to take this down to 5 right now. Okay.
So is the ranking
What you're
number
gonna, what
one
you're
or
gonna
number
hit,
10?
what you're gonna hit, you'll hit your priority, your top priority. So review them all. You'll hit your top priority first, your top priority second, so on and so forth. And I think there may be an opportunity if you change your mind before you hit submit, that you will be able to adjust them on the top. Okay.
And just to be clear, for those following along on the phone, it has a tap or drop options. Is that the same screen?
Yeah, if you tap it, it'll go up to the top.
Okay.
There's a bar at the top and it'll go above that bar. So
Gotcha.
as you tap it, it'll move it above it, right? And then what you can do above it, I believe you can adjust them above it.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure before I did the wrong screen.
Yeah.
Go ahead and start.
Go ahead. And I'll know if there's only 10. No.
No, pick all 10.
You'll order them. You're going to order them 1 to 10 in the order that you like. You're going to put them in the order of 1 through 10 that you like them most. Okay. But know that once it's complete and the whole group has done it, we're going to take the top 5. Okay. So just know that in the end, I'm going to take the top 5. Right now, you're ordering these 10 in the order you want them. If you look at the screen, you see it start to shift and adjust right now because everybody's chiming in. We got 2 in already. You get points.
It's called a tent outside.
All right, we got 10. Okay, so you have now ordered these top 10 priorities in the following manner. If you take a look, if you study that for a little bit, and take a moment to see if there's any conversation or discussion.
Sorry, I'm trying to raise my hand. I'll wait patiently.
Yes, Ms. Boatright.
Thank you. I found my unmute button before I found my hand button. So it's interesting when you think about matching it up to what we just did. Because I was looking, I mean, it very much shakes out the way I think we're definitely seeing a clear and consistent signal through the noise, for sure, which I have to say is very impressive. But then I was thinking too, like one of my things that I think is really important, and obviously is that opportunities for internships and apprenticeships, right? But that was something that was such a low budget item to begin with. Like, I just think it's interesting to kind of put these things together. You say, okay, it came in 8th, but it's not going to cost us very much, versus the things that came in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Those are big ticket items, and we need to really finagle those into the budget.
That's a great point, and that's one of the things I do hope everybody takes away is that just because it's not in the top 5 doesn't mean it doesn't happen, right? I mean, it's not like we only do 5 things, right? You know, there's a lot of services, a lot of things, and so this is just important for us as we move through the process in terms of budget priorities.
Colonel Guyer.
Again, I'm amazed at how the top 5, how consolidated we are, and how we all kind of look the same way. That the top 5, again, I expected more scattershot. I expected it to be a lot closer between number 5 and number 6 and so on. It's not. So I am pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I was going to make kind of the same comment. 1 through 5 are kind of grouped together, and 6 through 10 are grouped together. Yep. There's a clear division.
It's going to get harder.
Mr. Smith.
Well, one thing that concerns me is, and that I just wonder about, we may even doing this. I think we may need some feedback in terms of, even though we've gotten some throughout the year, just to help us to understand some process in our minds of things of just bringing some things back in terms of when I looked and I saw the student and teachers health, mental health, and to me that's a lot, because when I'm out in the community and I hear different people talk about that, mental health is what keep our teachers here and what keep our students here, and be able to offer them those options to be able to keep some of our buildings sane. I think that's
a big
Yeah.
part of what holds the puzzle together from time to time, as well as safety and security concern. When that was one of our bond referendum selling points. So, and we're still working on those things. So I mean, I just look at those things, and I just kind of just wonder. And
Yeah, I think the
You know.
deal, I understand exactly what you're saying, but I think what's really, really important to walk away with is this doesn't mean that, uh, mental health services aren't there. They go
Right.
away now,
right,
right? I mean,
Right.
they don't. What you are doing is simply saying, I know all of this is important.
Right.
I know all of this is important,
Right.
right? This and a lot of the other things that were on the list that I initially provided or that you all came up with when you did it individually on your own.
Right.
I know it's all important. This is what you're saying as a board, right?
Right.
However, as a board, we think these five are rising to the top of everything else. So as you move through a budget process, it's important that we consider these things as really, really important to us. That's kind of the way I interpret the data that I'm getting from you as we move
right,
through.
and
Yeah,
I-
so it doesn't mean that we're done with mental health, it goes away, right?
right.
It's a part of what we do.
Right, and I agree with you.
Yeah.
But I'm just the FYI. You know how you put something FYI for your information. So I'm just bringing those points out
Yeah,
for the FYI, just to
That's
just to bring back some memory and just food for thought.
that's
So these points I'm bringing up are food for thought. And
Yeah.
I totally get what you're saying, that you're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
yeah, and that's why
I
these
get it.
discussions are important, right?
Right.
Because something didn't make it, but you can
Right.
still make a point like you just did, right?
Thank you.
I think this shows us that the board as a whole thinks number one priority is the classroom.
That's right. And you understand the challenges that face K-12 education today, right? Vacancies with respect to special education, the challenges that poses, right? That's how I'm reading. Then you see focusing on opportunities and current programs that exist for students, right? I mean, so on and so forth. So I agree. Okay. I'm going to take us to the next step, which is you have five that you have identified, and these are the top five that you just selected and you just identified. I'm going to ask you to rank these top five in order, just like you did last time with 10, but you're going to do it with five now.
Don't look.
If you're working at home, can you make sure that you have five that showed up? Or if not, you need to refresh your phone to get those five.
I got 5.
You got five. Good. Dr. Wisniewski?
That was probably me. How do I refresh it?
Yep. Are you on a laptop or are you on your phone?
I got it. I got it. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Perfect.
Put a back seat to him.
So it does say I've already responded to the question. I don't know if it changed my contribution there or not, but
It constantly moves as people hit submit. I see 8 names already in. Or 8 individuals already in. We're at 9. All right. We're at 10. We're at 10. Okay. So as you have taken these and laid them out in terms of your priority order for these 5, we're going to take that down to 3. One of the things I think goes without saying, it's always been important to our board, and that is number 5, which is safety and security funding in terms of SROs and security guards and all the different things we do with respect to security. So it goes without saying. I understand that what you're doing is prioritizing these pieces, but it doesn't mean that's not a priority. As I said, I have the board's top 10. I have the 5 you just got to, and now I have the 3. So if we take a look at this, these are the top 3 high-level budget priorities for the board as we've moved through this. And so I open the floor for any conversation or discussion on that before I move to the next slide. And that is the order.
Dr. Wisniewski?
thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just going to state one of what was my assumption on the third item of improve student outcomes by focusing on opportunity gaps and improving current programs. It does say current programs, but I know that Dr. Stratos is very innovative and always looking for new things that may assist our students, whether that's technology-based, PD-based. And I just want to say my assumption was that it also included innovation in that area, not just what we have currently.
That is correct. We have, as a matter of fact, thank you for pointing that out, because we have 2 really exciting initiatives and programs that we are working on that we will have in place and roll out with some of our educational partners in Beaufort County. And so not ready to go there, but as soon as we are, we'll bring that to the board as well, so you can see what it is. So you're absolutely right, Dr. Wisniewski. I think the other thing I'll point out is that one of the other things we're going to do through the budget process is also look at opportunities for efficiencies. So those weren't in the list of priorities, but they were some priorities that some of you sent along in addition to ranking or prioritizing. So I just want to say that.
Colonel Guyer?
I'm really happy to see that the expanding extended learning sites to cover Southern Beaufort County. You know, we really focused Northern Beaufort County almost like a pilot, but that's really proven by this view of the priority here, that pilot program was very successful and it wants to be expanded. So that's good stuff. That really says that, you know, if we had tried to really focus too much broad across the whole county at the first time, we might not have gotten that kind of results
Yeah.
that we can then show Southern Beaufort County, hey, I want more of that.
Yep.
So I thought that was very good that this board feels that program should be expanded and not just maintained or
Yep.
maybe even, well, that was a good idea. We won't have to do that anymore.
Yep.
Mr. Smith?
And my question is, in going down to the three, what's the process of in term of thinking moving from 5 to 3 to 10? What's the process of thinking in that term of going over these?
Why go to 3?
Yeah, why go to 3?
Well, first of all, I think when you start out with 39, right, it doesn't mean, that the others aren't important priorities or whatever it is, right? I mean, everything is of value to the system, right? And so, one of the things that I think this helps us to do is to make sure that as we move through the process, there's a particular lens on these types of things. And so the smaller the number, right? I think the easier it is to be able to do that. So it doesn't mean that any of the others don't get in there. It just means that I want to know your thinking in terms of this is our top 10, this is our top 5, this is our top 3. It's good information for us to have as we move through the budget process.
Right, but then also, I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to also understand the process of tallying it all up, because also I do understand that we also have different things, and I'm trying to figure out how are we going to compartmentalize all of this in terms of, we do have other things in this district that may not have been mentioned in terms of this today, in terms of budget, as in we have vehicles that we purchase, we have different things in terms of moving towards building different things, and how are we compartmentalizing those in the process of moving this budget forward? Where would that fit in at? Because that's something.
Yeah.
That's
so one of the things you have to do when you move to building a budget, right, is basically every place starts with 0. You want to look at what are the specific needs and specific requirements of necessarily each school, each department, each division, and you go through that process of building it that way. And along the way, you have a lens of what are the high level priorities for our Board of Education, So, it doesn't mean that you don't take care of your vehicles. It doesn't mean that you don't do those other things. It means that you want to target to make sure you're identifying these top level priorities to keep in mind as you move through the budget. Otherwise, here's what happens, right? Oh yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Let me put some there. Oh yeah, that sounds like a great idea. We'll put some there. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. That's a great idea, right? And before you know it, nothing's prioritized. Everything's just there, right? And so this is simply an exercise to get priorities from you as a whole, from you as a board.
And right, and I hear that, but I'm just talking about in terms of, to me, this is scratching the surface of the top educational process, but as in the operations and the finance part of it,
well, if you recall the list of 39 or 40 priorities that you had, they had items that addressed all of these things that were in here in this very high level sheet. So there were facilities, there were operations. As you move through the process from when you worked individually on paper and sent it back via email to me or however you sent it back to me, to where you went through this process right here to take it from those 10 to the next 5 to these 3. These are the priorities that you have set. Operations was a possibility. Facilities was a possibility, right? But as a board, you've just identified, you've moved from that very global area with items that addressed each of these things to a more narrow focus now of 3 top priorities, right? So if that was one that was of particular importance to you, I'm sure you would have, you put it on your budget priority list that you marked off and sent back, right? And that got factored into the equation to get to the 10. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and no, I'm looking at it from more of a physical responsibility. I'm looking at it and understanding it and being able to, when taxpayers or when people come to us and be able to talk about different things in terms of what we have going on and what we're responsible for, how voting for this or how understanding this budget, where we actually put the money at and where money went and where money didn't go, and how it was all allocated as in a whole.
Yeah.
As in the whole, the
Sure.
whole thing. But you know, I get exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I'm just looking at it from the physical responsibility as a whole and not just the top, the top tier, just to put that
Got
out
it.
there.
Yeah, perfect. So where are we? This is probably a good segue into the next slide, if you'll indulge me for a minute.
Okay.
Right, which is this, right? That and Tanya, you get your microphone ready, but so where are you in the timeline of the budget? You're right here. December, January, establishing budget priorities. This is right where you are in dot number 1. Okay. In a second, right, you can see others, and this is a high level, right? It's not down into the day-to-day that we do in the development of the budget. This is at a high level. So you can see here, February, schools and departments compiling their budget requests. You see March, reviewing initial revenues and budget requests, because that's the other thing, right? We can set all the priorities in the world, right? We can establish all the budget requests in the world. But if revenues don't materialize, or the funding from the state doesn't materialize, or the funding from the federal government doesn't materialize, or the local funding doesn't materialize in terms of revenue collections, right? Then we got other choices we have to make in that budget process, right? And then April, preparing a preliminary budget presentations. And then, if you'll forgive me a minute. And then in May, community budget presentations for feedback and board budget discussion and board certification. Okay, so you can see this is one step in the process, a very important step, but an initial step. And so along the way, you will see as that budget is developed, where different funding went to different things. You can't see it now because nothing's been allocated, right? The only thing you can see right now is, as a board, we've said, these are our priorities.
Mr. Dallas. And then Mr. Nay.
Well, he is really bad today. You know what I'm saying? This is really a great process. It's very efficient. And normally the leadership of an organization, which the board is, will give some direction to optimize the efforts of the rest of the organization. And this has been a process that's done that very quickly, and it's captured what we each individually feel, but it also responds to the democratic majority. So, I mean, this is, and the other thing is the organization is always divided into the strategic new things, but then the functional things that you just have to do, they'll destroy you if you don't do them. So that's, I really like the process.
Thank you.
Mr. Nay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the process of our schools deciding what their budget concerns are, the board just decided that fine arts is the 7th most important thing to us. If the individual principals or local administrations at the schools decide that fine arts is not important to them, does that not make it into their budget concerns? And if that was the case, theoretically, none of the principals would decide that fine arts were a concern for theirs, though ours is our 7th highest priority. But if the local schools are all deciding that it's not their priority, how does the funding work out that way?
Yeah, that's an excellent question and a really good point. And so there is an ultimate district budget that ultimately comes forward, right? In essence, schools are going to look through the needs and the things that they see and they identify. They're going to know what the board budget priorities are through that process as well. And as we go through, I mean, there's been a lot of discussion from this board with respect to an interest into the fine arts and the music and those kinds of things. We talked a lot about compensation earlier. One of the things that, in terms of compensation, one of the things that we touched upon today, but I have certainly on a personal level had discussions with several of you that wanted to touch base about stipends in the fine arts and those kinds of things. So it will work its way into our budget because we have identified this as a priority as a board. I've got that clear. I also have the benefit of the prior board discussions as a whole in here, whether you took a vote in it or not, it was kind of clear, and as you went through this process, you didn't take votes, but in a way you went through this process and you sort of consolidated around these are the ones that we're identifying. And if you think back to that to the 39 or 40 priority list, there was room in there for those specific items, not only the stipend part, but also the specific fine arts components in there as well, and including debate and those kinds of things. So it'll be part of our process with our dialogue, not just with individual schools, but also with departments and divisions. Yep.
Ms. Boatright?
Thank you. And I just want to reiterate how impressive this process has been. I serve on multiple boards and I also report to a board, and we just went through a strategic, and we talk about the 5-year strategic review. This is a very agile and innovative approach to whittling this down. Another process I was involved in, it was just meeting after meeting and pulling in various staffs and, backtracking. And then at the end, you're like, where did we get anywhere? And I feel like from what I hear from my colleagues and from my own observations, everyone's going to walk away from this feeling like we detected the signal within the noise. It's a lot of noise and strategy. I also want to point out that this process is very similar to what our coherent governance recommends for determining results, right? We got another look at this. The results that this board would like to see as a consensus in a very general sense, not in a granular sense, is an emphasis on academics, an emphasis on community engagement, an emphasis on compensation, early childhood, all those themes now just setting the groundwork for a future conversation can be incorporated into our results, because as I think that one thing that results really does is provides a sense of unity, provides a sense of direction, provides something that we as a board can go out to our constituents and say, yes, here are the concerns of the board right now. And while I do think that these strategic 5-year reviews are incredibly important, it's nice to have this sort of interim step. And this sense of shared purpose from the board. And the fact that we did it in collaboration with you is super impressive. But having just done a big strategic review with another organization, I am copying your process. I just want you to know. So if you want to trademark that.
Small fee. There's a small fee.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. It's copyrighted. Mr. Smith?
I just wanted to basically go off the point that one of my colleague right here spoke about in terms of I just went blank. But in terms of what was your topic?
Fine art.
No, not the
Fine arts?
fine arts. There you go. That's what I'm looking for. Keyword. The fine arts. But actually, I just want to. We do have a fine arts director at the district level, don't we? Now have a fine arts. Well, that's wrong about the same thing. I believe. What's the difference in the finance and the coordinator? What's the director and the coordinator? What's the difference in that?
Yeah.
The athletic director is on par with all the other directors for the district. Who does the athletic director report to?
At the moment, it reports to HR, but that's just something I needed to do temporarily for a while, but they will shift back to their appropriate component.
The coordinator, the fine arts coordinator reports to the head of academics, Ms. McKenzie, who reports to Dr. Stratos. So we're talking 3 levels down for the coordinator.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the difference. The scope of responsibility for a director is much larger than a coordinator.
Right.
Right. Well, but even on the basis term of it, is that we have someone here at the district level that we have not had, whether it's an athletic director or it's a coordinator, is someone who has the responsibilities at the district level, who looks it over and who making sure that finances are being spent there and that we are doing what we're saying, and that anyone who may be in the finance department are getting the resources that are needs. That's my understanding even of a coordinator, because we have sped coordinators, and their job is to go out and make sure that the students who have IEPs are getting the resources that they're required to get. So when in terms of thinking of a coordinator or the director, those responsibilities are just the same. Where someone their pay may be different, but their responsibilities may be a little bit more. But to me, that's to be. And when we first got that coordinator, that was the interim position, because at the time that coordinator was out of school, and we brought him in, and we were supposed to be building him up to be the district director, the director of what's the keyword again now?
You talking about fine arts?
Of the finance department. So I mean, there's a process here going on, and so my terms and my thinking in the process that we do have someone who is working on that, and who I'm sure that will be able to help us aid that line. I just want to bring that out, and also do let the public know that we do have someone in that spot to help us facilitate that.
I think what's really important about today is that we've been able to work through and engage in a very high level discussion regarding the overall budget, and landed the plane, I think, if you will, on a collaborative thought process about where our top 5, top 3 priorities, and it was top 10 before that. So top 10, top 5, and then ultimately top 3. So I want to thank you all for your engagement and your involvement today. It's very, very helpful to get your input as we move forward in the budget process. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're 1 minute before noon, and I see our lunch boxes are at the back of the room. So this seems like a good stopping point for a 30-minute lunch. So we'll resume at 12:30. the Beaufort County Board of Education work session of January 26, 2024. We just returned from our lunch break. And the next item on the agenda is the discussion of joint meeting with Beaufort County School Board and Jasper County School Board regarding ACE funding. So
Okay.
Dr. R, do you want to come to the podium?
Yes. So through the ACE board meetings, there's been a lot of discussions, and there's an interest certainly in having a joint board discussion from the Beaufort County School District Board of Education and the Jasper County Board of Education to come together. I'm going to suggest that we have that at ACE, right? And what's important is to try to set a date to make this happen. So my request is to have a discussion on when our board would like to have that, to try to identify 2 or 3 dates that I can send to the superintendent in Jasper that she can then take to her board. I know that they meet again on February 12th. That's, I believe, their next meeting. So, of course, we're meeting on February 6th. But I think if we can identify 2 or 3 dates and times, and I think the location makes sense to have it at ACE. So we can have this joint discussion, because I think there's a lot for the board, both boards, to talk about and work through. ACE is a fabulous school with tremendous opportunities for children. If you didn't catch my email yesterday, it's a great opportunity to say that they have been identified as a finalist for Palmetto's Finest. And so I think there's some real important dialogue that needs to take place with respect to facilities and needs with respect to ACE, that I think really needs that dialogue between the two boards as we look ahead. So Colonel Geyer or any of the other ACE board members, anything you want to add to that before you kind of look at calendar?
There's a budget issue. And the budget issue has to do with our agreement with Jasper County. Right now, I believe it's 2/3, 1/3.
Operational costs are 2/3, 1/3 at the moment.
And they don't have 1/3 of the enrollment. So they're saying, why are we paying 1/3 when we have about 1/5 of the total enrollment there? The other issue has to do with facilities. There's urgent need for facilities to a tune, I believe, Robert, as $11 million seems to be ballpark. About $11 million worth of desperately needed facilities work, electrical, roofs, those type of things. And right now our agreement says 50-50 split for infrastructure costs, capital costs. They can't afford 50-50. And we don't have it in our 8% budget. We don't have it in our referendum. But we're going to have to figure out what we're going to do, because we've got some significant safety issues as a result of what we've got going on out there in the welding area and so on. So those are the primary things that we need to talk about, and the future of ACE and where it's going to go and how it's going to be set up. And that's going to take a good discussion with two boards. I haven't attended their board meeting, but Earl and Dallas and Mr. Smith and I, who've served on and Mr. Campbell, they have a very different view of our relationship than we do. I guess that's a nice way of saying it. And I think if we looked face to face, I think we could come to some accommodations that we won't be able to if we stay do it remotely with our joint ACE board
Mhm.
members. So plus we got superintendent to superintendent.
And I think in the structure as it exists, decisions by one school board, right, affect the other, right? So as an example, when we set as a priority, or I've identified an interest in the compensation piece and remaining at the top of the state of South Carolina, as we move forward, right, if that has a potential to impact their costs as well, right? So we decide that this is what we were going to pay our beginning teachers, right? And the impact on everybody across the board. That's the scale that's used at ACE. And so therefore that impacts their responsibility financially on their side as well. Tanya, anything you want to add? Or is that enough for now? You can. Okay.
So go ahead, Mr. Dallas.
Yeah. It's been a real good learning year for me, particularly about ACE and the joint venture there and how it has come about and relative responsibilities. ACE has the potential to be a tremendous asset, absolutely tremendous asset. If you've not been yet, I would encourage anyone listening to attend one of their completer ceremonies. The enthusiasm from the families, and when the superintendent holds his student advisory there, the clarity, the commitment, it's just amazing, the climate of the students there. Very disciplined, very focused on learning. So I think it has tremendous upside whenever these conversations start. Long term, if you look at Jasper County, including Ridgeland could become the biggest town in the Low Country by 2050. When you look at what's happening, Hardyville is already going to be one of the largest. It's already the fastest growing on a percentage basis in South Carolina. In absolute numbers, when you look at all the development that's coming in the Jasper Ocean Terminal, so they're going to have wealth. But the thing that we just want to be aware of is they built, I think it was a $14 million CTE facility. So that has sort of hurt the attraction of ACE to Jasper students in terms of logistics, but it is a hugely positively beneficial asset long term. So I think it's important to do that, go through this.
Okay, so Mr. Campbell?
Yes. I think the relationship have changed, have gotten better than it used to be. But my concern is this: it's not just electrical and stuff, but it's equipment that they need. And I had suggested this several times since I've been to ACE, is that the delegation that represents Beaufort and Jasper, they need to come together and find out how can they get some funds for them, because they do it for other districts in the state. So other ACE facility in the state. So that was my concern. I don't have enough. Thank you.
So the purpose for our meeting right now is to determine a date. So do you have any?
I would ask that you try to identify 3 dates so we can give them options, 2 or 3 dates so we can give them some options. Because if you pick a date and it doesn't work for them, they're going to come back and we're going to keep going back and forth.
Just a minute. So it seems like in general, it would be, do you know what time their board meetings are normally?
I don't know.
Yeah. So, our board meetings typically are starting at 5. So it seems like it should be maybe at 5, and then pick a particular day of the week that we think most people could attend, or and how you think it'll be a couple hours, more than that?
Well, I think that depends on all of you and them, together. So,
and is there going to be a agenda that has, here are the needs, here is what the Or
Uh,
I mean,
my-
how is this going to be sort of high level? Hey, what
Perhaps
should
my
I do?
recommendation is that maybe the officers of ACE set the agenda and then share it with both. That makes sense?
Mhm. Okay. All right. Mr. Smith?
My question too is, I guess this is where's this meeting gonna be at? This meeting gonna be at ACE?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
so-
think you're out of the room.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's gonna be at ACE. But I do agree with some of the stuff that Mr. Campbell said. But my question more importantly is, and excuse me if I missed it. What the general purposes is it basically just funding?
We have to make the ACE board has to make some really critical decisions, right? And funding is the primary focus, I think, of that discussion because of the way the agreement is structured between the two boards, where right now Beaufort County pays 2/3 of operating costs. They pay 1/3 of operating costs. On terms of capital, it's 50-50, right? And so, when they look at the number of students attending, they don't have 1/3 of the students attending. And so, they obviously have some concerns in terms of funding at that level if they don't have students that are attending at that level. So that's one of the issues, but still within that, we're talking about facility needs that are there. And the current structure says 50-50. Right? So there's discussions and agreements that I think as boards, you all need to have. And then you need to make some decisions as boards about that or around that so that we can then, as superintendents, and the director of ACE, execute on those decisions, however they are. But there's a because it's a funding issue, I think there are important conversations that need to happen as we look at the future for ACE.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Also, and coming in mind with this, I know it's been talk for years that in support of closing ACE or in support of somebody possibly getting ACE, and that is just a concern of mine going into this meeting. Is because I know the community has been big on that, and I definitely do stand with the community in terms of not closing it and keeping it open to both, but also. A question that comes to mind too is going into this meeting, should this board and as well as the ACE board, I mean, we can't say what they should do, but my question is to this board, should we have legal counsel there in terms of formality of questions and things that may be discussed? Because if we can kill two birds with one stone, then I think that we should do that if it may help us out to have legal representation at that meeting with us to help us aid us and along us along the way in terms of making this decision, because you're talking about making a decision on funding.
Yeah, I would, my recommendation for you all today is, those are all discussions you can have between now and the date of whatever meeting that is, however we want to approach it. But I think the most important thing today, or actually the thing I want us to stay zeroed in on and sort out today is, what are the dates for the meeting so we can share it with them? What are the potential dates, 2 or 3, so that we can share it with them and then have them determine whether they like the first date or their second date, whichever one works better or what have you. So I think one particular body has to make the first step in terms of the dates. And I think since we're meeting today, they're not meeting today, I think that's what we should stay zeroed in on. And if we can get that done today, I'll provide that information to their superintendent today, and they can then get the process going of agreeing to one of those dates.
Okay.
Colonel Guyer, I think, has a great idea. Let's ask them for, how about the week of February 26th? That would be the 26th, 7th, 8th, or 9th. That's Monday through Thursday, starting at, I would say, either 5 or 6 p.m. And that could be an option either, because maybe some of the people work till 5 and 6 is fine, but 5 is not fine. I don't know. So why don't we have, would it be Robin approach there? board secretary? Is that what you'd?
That's fine. I'll let their superintendent know today. And then if you do that. So the idea is February 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, we're saying any one of those days that week. And we're providing a 5 o'clock start time or
Why don't we say 5, but it could be 6. I mean,
5 or 6.
5 or 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
To accommodate as most members as we possibly can. Does that not work for anybody here that week? Okay.
How about those online?
Oh, yeah. Ingrid and Rachel. Ingrid?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. And Rachel said she dropped out. She had.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I see this not as a decision-making meeting. I don't think it possibly can be that. No attorney wants to give legal advice in public. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
So I don't think it should have I think the whole idea should be some dialogue, get to know each other, get to know what the issues are. And then we go back to our own respective boards and then we can have, more of a deep dive legal advice, whatever the other stuff is. And one of the things I would want to know is please put this agreement in the agenda packet.
Yeah.
Does it have a start? It doesn't have an end date at all. No.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. Yeah.
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Great. Next up, we have the state 90-day plans. Dr. Mary Stratos, who I know is online with us.
Computer. Hi, good afternoon, board members. Madam Chair, I do appreciate this opportunity. And today there are 2 presentations coming forward from the Instructional Services Division. First is a presentation of the 90-day state plan of 3 of our schools, Joseph Shanklin Elementary, Robert Smalls Leadership Elementary, and Whale Branch Elementary. Present with you this afternoon is Dr. Chad Cox, Executive Director, Nicholas Flowers, Director of Accountability, Bradley Terrence, Principal of Robert Smalls Leadership Academy, and Marvin Neal, Principal of Whale Branch Elementary. Joining as well electronically this afternoon are Dr. Mello Lee, Deputy Superintendent for Beaufort County School District, Elizabeth Rivera, Principal of Joseph Shanklin Elementary, and Mona Lisa Dixon, Dr. Mona Lisa Dixon, Executive Director. So with that, I do want to bring forward Nicholas Flowers, our Director of Accountability. He has a few slides he'd like to walk through first as a reminder of some of the points we've shared with you regarding accountability. Mr. Flowers, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Cushenberry, you can go to the next slide. Perfect. All right, today I bring before you for your approval the school turnaround plans for the state identified underperforming schools. An underperforming school is identified as a school whose overall report card rating was either below average or unsatisfactory. Our district had 3 identified schools in this category, so we will be presenting their goals and turnaround plans to you. The South Carolina Department of Education has a specific process for schools to follow once they have been identified. The board received a presentation in the fall regarding the underperforming school designation, and each school has completed the required parent notification that goes with that. As each school developed their turnaround plan, they engaged their stakeholders and the respective school improvement council to identify the areas to target for the development of their goals and action steps. The next step now brings us here today for each principal to present their plan to the board and to request the board's approval of each school's turnaround plan. Once the board approves the plans, they will then be submitted to the Department of Education for their approval. The board will also receive quarterly updates regarding each school's progress quarterly, with the next update during the second quarter. The first school to present their plan will be Ms. Neal, the principal of Whale Branch Elementary and James Davis Early Learning Center.
While Ms. Neal's on her way up, just want to point out Robert Smalls, being a K-8 school, really gets 2 designations. They have one for elementary, and then they have one for middle school. And the principal will talk about that. The elementary is the one that we are talking about. It's Robert Smalls Elementary. And they moved actually from unsatisfactory to below average last year. So they moved in the right direction. Still work to do, obviously, which is why we're here today.
Good afternoon. So I'm here before you just to kind of discuss our school's current state. So the purpose of our turnaround effort is to ensure that our scholars are college and career ready. And at Well Branch Elementary, we're focused on improving student academic achievement. As Mr. Flowers has stated, we are a priority school. We've had an unsatisfactory rating for the last 2 years. So it is imperative that we are consistent with aggressive monitoring of instruction, analysis of data, and feedback to teachers. As you can see on this first slide, that our winter data projections show positive student trends for ELA and math. Our winter data indicates that we have an increase in the number of students that are above our on-grade level in ELA and all of our accountability grades, which are grades 3 through 5. As you can look at that and see, we have more students on grade level. And also, our data also indicates that we have a decrease in the number of students that are below grade level. And so according to our winter ELA diagnostics, our projected proficiency right now is 21%. So our current progress is a result of, we have collaborative PLCs weekly with teachers. And during that time, our instructional coaches, they collaborate with teachers and PLC with a focus on grade level planning to pace lessons and assessments to develop instructional strategies. And also we have focused weekly walkthroughs we get in each teacher's classroom every week and provide them with feedback. So just on their instructional practices in the classroom. And also our coaches conduct coaching cycles. And with the coaching cycles, the coaches, they plan with the teachers. They plan and they model lessons with the teachers, collaborate. It's all student-centered, focus on how we can have improvements in the classroom. So the coaches work collaboratively with our teachers, and it's just based on the data when they're working with the teachers also. We also collaborate with our scholastic and open court consultants. And our consultants, they model lessons, they observe lessons, and they also provide support to our teachers in the classroom. And that's been going very well with our teachers. And we also monitor students completing lessons on their instructional plans for iReady. So the teachers are aggressively monitoring student uses and monitoring the lessons passed. One thing that we did implement also, because we just don't want them to have the 45 minutes. We want them to actually pass the lessons. So teachers have a bell when the students pass their lesson, they ring the bell and they're excited. So hopefully we'll see some good growth within our iReady data. That's just another little motivation for our students. And so our next steps are to provide additional coaching support for teachers that are not meeting academic targets. And this is based on us looking at the data. And like I said, our plan is focused on our accountability grades. We have additional interventionists and tutors there to support our teachers in the classroom. So we're going to also continue our focus on small group instruction to build prerequisite knowledge and also to accelerate student learning in the classroom. So, and with that being said, like I said, we do have the interventionists. They pull out and work with small groups of students, and they also push in to work with small groups of students, and that's been going very well. Just even looking at our data, we've seen positive trends on how our students are doing with that. And just even based on conversations with the teachers, the students are making gains. I'm looking down at my sheet because I can't read that slide up there. I'm like, okay. So I think that's it with that slide. If we can go to the math one. And again, on our math slide, It also indicates that we are making growth for the number of students on grade level, and there's a decrease in the number of students that are performing below grade level. You can see, like, even on our math, we have some gaps there. So our math, we definitely have some wraparound services for math to support our teachers in the classroom. And some of the same things I said for ELA, we're doing the same thing for math, so I just don't want to repeat it. In terms of our PLCs, that's weekly for 45 minutes with the teachers. Like I said, we're focused on our weekly walkthroughs, and also, in addition to our weekly walkthroughs, we're also doing learning walks with teachers. They have an opportunity to also go in the classroom and see another classroom environment, because we want all of our classroom environments to be stellar. If a classroom environment is not up to par, we normally pair a coach with a teacher. They go in, just do whisper coaching and just kind of talk about what they see so they can probably implement some of those things within their classrooms. And that's been going very well also. Again, with the coaching cycles, and that's still based on the data, who needs additional support, and we discussed that during our leadership team meetings. So I'm going to move right along on to our next steps. So again, we provide additional coaching support for teachers who are not meeting academic standards. Like I said, and especially for our 5th grade this year, we are definitely providing a lot of support in that math area because we do want more students in that area. So tutors are in there supporting the classroom teacher. We have more interventionists in that classroom also supporting the teachers. And also we've started our after-school program. We have the Boys and Girls Club. We're going to start our after-school program. With that, teachers are going to be pulling small groups of students from the Boys and Girls Club to work with them on specific strategies and skills. So they're going to be getting lots of double dipping, lots of intervention, because we have to be aggressive. And also, we're going to continue to focus on small group instruction to build prerequisite knowledge and to accelerate student knowledge. Again, use the continuous improvement model through intentional classroom walkthroughs that provide teachers with descriptive academic feedback. And again, develop and implement a 6-week instructional lesson for accountability grades, focus on math assessed areas of need as identified by the test blueprint. So I'm going to go on to the next slide, which is school climate. And we all know that school climate is very important because we want to have a good school climate, good school culture, where everyone is able to work collaboratively. Just even having that nice school culture is very important also. So in terms of that, just looking at from our school report card, our climate, 21-22, we were at a 4.2, 22-23, we're at a 5.7. So there was an increase of 1.3 points. Our goal this year is to move to 7 out of 10 points. So some things that we're going to do to make this change happen is to implement a school-wide single culture. And with school-wide single culture, that's just us having the same set of norms and belief operating together as a school. And just even have things that we agreed upon as a school. That's single school culture, just having procedures, being consistent with practices we have in place. That's how we want to operate as a school. And also with that, collaborate with the leadership team and teachers to address needs. With that, that's giving everybody voice on the leadership team, also giving teachers voice in what's happening within our school. We've created a faculty advisory committee for staff to work collaboratively with to create solutions for needs within our school. And that's a survey that teachers can fill out at any time. And if any issues or anything, we try to come up with a solution together in terms of our school. So that has definitely been improving the climate and the culture of our school. So our next steps are quarterly administration of staff survey to monitor if we're doing what we said we will. And once we get the survey results, we'll look at the survey results, talk about what's not working, what's working, what do we need to do, what are our next steps to ensure that we have a positive school climate and culture. And also, we're going to continue to address the needs and concerns brought forth by the Faculty Advisory Committee. Just in closing, I want to just end by saying at Well Branch Elementary, we are focused on creating and nurturing and learning-focused school culture. We're focused on improving student achievement. We will continue to monitor the use of instructional strategies, provide teachers with feedback, and analyze student learning. One thing I want to say most importantly, we do appreciate the work that our teachers are doing in the classroom. It's a lot of work, but they have been dedicated. You come in the building, teachers are teaching in the classroom. Students are learning. Students are happy. When students are happy, learning is taking place in the classroom. I also want to say thank you to the district for providing additional support to our school. We have our mini instructional reviews bi-weekly. That has been very beneficial, just the support and the feedback to them and what direction and what next steps we need to move in. So we do appreciate all of the support from the district so we can be off of this list. So thank you. If you have any questions at this time, you can let me know.
Ms. Middleton?
Thank you so much for your presentation. Your plan looks very good. It's solid. What feedback have you gotten from your teachers about the PLCs?
Teachers we've gotten great feedback from the PLCs. And one thing we also do, I didn't mention, we do a power hour PD, and that's after school. That's on a volunteer basis for teachers. Teachers come to that. We normally have at least 2 to 3 teachers from a grade level. Teachers have been very receptive with that PD after school. What they're doing in after school kind of rolls over into our PLC during the school day. So we had one teacher, what she learned, she facilitated it in PLC. So that's what we want to get to, that model where teachers are actually facilitating in PLC. So they are very receptive with what's going on in PLC. They collaborate, share ideas. So that's working very well for our teachers.
If you could improve anything about PLCs, what would you improve?
Just even having more time, more than 45 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Colonel Guyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a two-part question. Is absenteeism a factor, student absenteeism a factor in academic achievement?
We do have some absenteeism, but one thing, the social worker, I pull that report and I have her to try to contact the parents so students can come in. So that has been lessened, not as much. I try to call the parents and talk to them about the importance of their child being in school.
Yeah, that was the second part is what can be done to help alleviate or eliminate or reduce student absenteeism.
Yeah, I have my social worker on it. I pull that report and just try
So
to.
the social worker goes and visits the home?
We call parents in for a conference.
Okay. Do they come in?
They come in and they're receptive.
And what is the reason, most common reason for absenteeism?
The most common reason, sometimes, students, when things tend to get hard, sometimes they're sick, they don't feel well. So.
Okay.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
I don't have any question. I have a suggestion. And I will address this to Dr. Stratus and working with the principal, Mr. Neal, and to bring in all the parents, every one of them, and sit down with them, and they sign a contract that they will support their children in school. And if they need some help, then the district can find some help. Okay, thank you.
Chair, may I give a moment
Yeah,
of support?
go ahead. Yes. Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Stratus.
Mr. Campbell, point taken. Point taken.
All right, next, it looks like Ingrid.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. And I will say, I think the most important metric that you brought forward was the change in the school climate. I get lost. I think that's something that you yourself have a lot of control over, and that's a big jump. So I'm impressed with that. My question is, the Scholastic consultant, the open court consultant, who are they? Are they local? What kind of projects? How are they being used in the classroom?
I think that was Ingrid.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Dr. Stratus, do you want to address that or you want me to address that?
I could build, I want to add one more consultant to the team, and that would be Rachel Chillers, as you pick up on Scholastic as well as Open Court. May I be very direct, because I've been working close with Rachel for your school and monitoring our iReady. This year, her emphasis has been significantly in the math area, building instructional capacity of the use of Ready Math, monitoring data, utilizing the prerequisite report that we're able to have on students. So as you take an assessment, you now have a portfolio of what Mary may need for instructional purposes, and monitoring the fidelity of practice from the tests utilized for diagnostic purposes to the fidelity of utilization. So Mari, if you want to build on your interaction with Scholastic as well.
Sure. Just going to talk, well, when the consultants come in, we normally do have a schedule where they can hit as many classrooms as they can during that time. So when they do come in, we have them to just even model lessons, observe lessons, and provide feedback to teachers. So we try to get them in as much classroom as we can during that day. We normally have a full schedule. Then we debrief with them, talking about next steps.
Do you mind if I ask a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Sure.
Are you guys hearing the feedback, or is that on my end? Okay, there, it went away. Okay, so my questions are they local or do they come in from outside? And I mean by local, like maybe South Carolina, Low Country, not necessarily Beaufort County. The second question I have is Scholastic and iReady are the same organization, right? I'll just get clarification on that. And then we have Open Court as well. So I'm not sure if that's all one big company or three smaller ones. And then the third question that I really want to get a specific answer to is when you look at like Scholastic, which is just one I know a little bit about, what programs? Is it just general classroom organization and structure, or are they teaching programs like guided reading or Fontes and Pinnell or what program specifically, and let's just focus on the ELA piece, are they actually working and bringing to the classroom?
Mara, I'll assist you. So let me start from iReady. Their consultant has relocated, she is localized. Her and her husband live within Beaufort County. Our school, and mother company is Curriculum Associates. Scholastic Literacy falls under Scholastic as the mother company. Their consultant is on a quarterly basis. And she meets, as Ms. Neal had put forward, she meets with the school, with PLC for the utilization. Now you've gotten into specifics with regard to the utilization of Scholastic or it as a tool versus, let's just say, iReady. I want us to go back to the reality that the state of South Carolina had not had a textbook adoption for ELA since 2012. We are now going through that now, so this is the first time. As we were rolling through the pandemic, there was a significant realization that we needed to have an intervention for a little more structured practice, because classroom observations indicated that we needed some more structured instruction, because not every educator was trained in, let's say, whole language or balanced literacy, where I could teach the standards from a series of literary books. That was one of the large reasons seeking ELA adoption, not a state adoption at the time, but a state ELA resources for us to have unified practice in our classrooms that build on reading comprehension, vocabulary, student pacing on reading. Now let's go deeper with the integration of iReady, building on my phonemic awareness, my syntactic use of language. So we went from sub-skill development with iReady to being able to utilize a story or literature, right, in order to build students' reading skills and writing skills. Did that help?
It does. It as I put before, a lot of it, it's academics is a little. You guys have your own language, and I
do apologize.
No. you're using the right terms. It's just, I have to paddle a little harder to stay in the lane.
I'm glad you specified the lake, ma'am.
It sounds like one of the two of you has significant feedback, and I can't tell whether it's Dr. Stratos or Ingrid. It's you.
How does it sound now?
If I could also share, Ms. Boatwright. We had a pilot school, and that was Broad River, that we were monitoring closely at the shift of their human capital or practices by the instructors. As we looked into which resources to pull in. And at the time, I'll be very direct, Broad River increased 11 points with that structured model that was provided with Scholastic. So that was another tool that, or another item that we looked at closely.
So if I'm following you, basically, I think it might be me, but I don't know why I've started getting feedback. That you've started it at Broad River, had great success, which is kind of what I'm looking at, is what was, what's the impact? And now you're rolling it out into these other programs, and it's, we'll get some feedback on that at some point in the not super distant future.
So yes, we were year 3 of utilization of Scholastic. So yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So Ingrid, maybe you have a device close to your microphone, another device that you can mute. Like, I don't know if your phone is there or some other.
Yeah, but I'll work.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yep. Chloe Gordon and then Carlton Dallas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Neal, thank you for that presentation. A lot of information there about the steps that you're taking, your school, your staff, Dr. Stratus, taking to improve this score and level that we're on. To quote, paraphrase really a good friend of mine, Mr. Carlton Dallas. And I'm thinking about how he always mentioned the birth to 5 and what we do for those children. And if you look at the population of children that you are teaching, loving culturally and academically, I keep thinking about the birth to 5 and how this would possibly help those children when they reach school age to already be prepared to learn, already know their colors, their alphabets, sounds, and those types of things. So I commend you and your staff. I commend the parents of the children and everything that we're throwing at you. I know it's not easy to get that kind of a rating, but I also know that in listening to what you're doing, your staff have taken the challenge and all the things that you have to do to try to improve that. I more than ever want to stress the birth to 5, Mr. Dallas, because this hits home. And I know Colonel Geyer and his team agrees. This shows what we need to do to get those children ready and prepared before they come to you. So you're at a disadvantage. You're at a disadvantage. When children can't read, write, do arithmetic, our community, we have done those children a disservice. So if we could throw support in that arena and add that, not on you, but as something to support those children and those families in that community, so that when they come, they're ready. They're ready. And like Earl says all the time, we don't want to talk about those kinds of things, but our children are not ready to come to school. Thank you. But thank you.
You're welcome. One thing I did want to mention is we do have the Head Start program in our building. We have 10 classrooms. So we are going to move forward and collaborating more with Head Start just to see how we can bridge that gap and close our achievement.
All right, Mr. Dallas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Principal Neal. When I went through these materials before coming to the meeting, One thing to note is that the federal government and the state government have funded a lot of these programs.
Yes.
And so I think where we can agitate for more of that coming to more of our schools would be worthwhile.
Yes.
The second thing is moving from 4 to 21 in terms of the ELA is a five-fold improvement. Moving from 2 to 21 in math is a 10-fold improvement.
Thank you.
And so part of what may be an opportunity is to actually take that message into the community, as Ms. Gordon is talking about, because I think if parents know that these types of efforts has this effect on their kids, it helps lay the groundwork for birth to 5, but it also informs them how they can help and be supportive. So kudos to the groups that your school has done this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think another important component is to piggyback what you just shared with what Colonel Geyer was getting at around absenteeism. That was hammered home by Mr. Campbell with a commitment and a contract around attendance. So
yeah, I do like that idea, the contracts.
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Dallas, you did hit one of my points. I just say, because I did notice that she did move in those directions. And
check will be appreciated.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will forward that to you. Yes, sir. And for I'd like to say thank you for giving us this information. You said a couple things. I'll tell you one thing that I did like in your presentation about the students are going to be able to double dip in terms of getting pulled out.
Yeah,
I think that makes a lot of sense. But also, could you tell me what that process will look like in terms of them getting pulled out from the day to the afternoon?
To the afternoon, we have our Boys and Girls Club. So we have approximately 75 students in our Boys and Girls Club. So we're in our after school program. Teachers, we've already selected the students that's already in the Boys and Girls Club, put them in groups based on their ability. Teachers are going to be pulling them in small groups in the classroom, working with them 4 to 5 students at a time for 30 minutes. So they'll have 3 to 4 groups in the afternoons while they're in Boys and Girls Club. So they're getting that support also. And also in Boys and Girls Club, there's a focus on geometry and measurement that they're doing with the Boys and Girls Club staff. So they're getting a lot of additional support.
Okay, that's definitely a good thing. In terms of it's different when you get into school, but when you get after school and you get somebody to help you out, it's a little different because sometimes your mind is a little more relaxed versus in school you got the thing that you want to go do, but after school this is what it is. Either you're here or you're in the room with everyone else. But go ahead.
No, and one thing I was going to mention also too, I had a parent to come in this week because she was just wanted to know how we can better support her in terms of helping her child at home. So for me, I'm thinking of possibly doing a parent university on a Saturday where we can come in and, give them tips and pointers, show them different websites that they can use, just even how they can support their students at home. Okay.
That would be awesome. Also, I appreciate the coming up on the school climate. Also, I want something one of my colleagues said that I've heard out in the community from in terms of your once again keyword people who we have coming to help us out, the contractors that what's the word that she used? Consultants. There you go.
Consultants.
Yeah, consultants.
Yes.
Yeah. One thing why I want to give you a kudos is because one of your consultants, I believe, is Dr. Dickey or Dick.
Yes.
I've heard the kids I've heard kids tell mom, "Oh, mom, guess who's at our school today? Guess who's at our school today? Dr. Dickey."
Yes.
And so apparently, I'm not sure what he's bringing you, but I know that the kids are very engaged with him, and that obviously he takes time with them because they know his name and they know what he stands for. So I definitely appreciate you for bringing someone who not only just you know about, but the kids know about, that they can come home and tell their mama that, look at, someone cares enough to come here and teach us, but also to to breathe breath into me.
Yeah.
So I just want to let you know that I do appreciate that, because I've heard that from a couple of people in the community about the guy comes in and the kids love him, and he basically lets them know that you got to get the books. So I just wanted to tell you, I appreciate those things, and that's it now. But I am looking for you to continue to grow in those numbers, to move in the right direction, and for you to be out of this situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neal, for your presentation. So I have a couple of comments or questions. So one is, I know when we had the underperforming schools identified, I think it was in 2018, part of the requirement by the State Department of Education was to form a community, I guess you'd say, committee that was to help the school. Is that still a requirement or no?
They met in, I believe it was either September or was it October or November with the community?
Yes, that was in November. I believe
But
it
I,
was the
but I
second,
think
yeah.
it might be a little different than what it was back then. There's just basically a informational session, I believe,
Yeah.
is what they're asking for.
Presented the presentation, yes.
Nicholas.
So they made a modification to it. So now the school just needs to engage their stakeholders in the development of their plan and their school improvement council. So then they'll just want to, as they have those monthly meetings with their SIC and PTA, just engage them with the status of their plan, and they can make revisions that way. When they do their next 90-day plan for the fall semester, they will re-engage to get their and stakeholder engagement feedback, embed it in the plan, and then they will come back to you again for approval. So
I'm pretty sure it was November.
yes, it was November. We found out end of October, and then notified the board beginning of November for the presentation.
Okay.
Remember, they have embargoed information. They don't release till October. So it was November.
Okay. So my other thing is, I just need a little better understanding of the graphs. And I see the green, yellow, red. It means on or above grade level green. Yellow is one grade level below, and two or more grade levels below is the red. But if we look at, so page 5, your ELA achievement, let's look at 3rd grade. So winter, what does that hashed mark mean? That's labeled 8%. What's that mean?
Where is that?
There's 2 greens, just like there's 2 reds.
Is the
they're above grade level.
Green, there's a yellow.
So the 8% would be
Above grade level.
above level?
Yes, above grade level.
Well, no, falls below it.
Right.
So the 8% would be for so let's just look at the winter line. So 8%, this is 3rd grade, would be 8% are above grade level
Yes.
and 25% are at grade level, maybe?
Yes.
Is that
On grade
right?
level, yes.
Okay, and then 27% are 1 grade below,
Mhm.
25% are 2 grades below,
Yes.
and 15% is what? 3 grades or more below?
Yes.
Okay, I just was wondering what the hash marks meant.
Yes.
Because I didn't see anything here. Okay. Now I understand it better.
5 categories.
Okay. All right.
See, in the fall, there was very limited in the darker green, 2%, I think it was. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now you're looking at 8%.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Mhm.
So I see they're really 5, yeah, more, 5 divisions, not 3.
Yes.
Okay.
So we have great growth in 3rd grade ELA.
Thank you. Dr. R.
Yeah, I think, we're talking a bit about consultants, and that sort of thing, that I want to recognize Ms. Dixon, Dr. Dixon, and Dr. Lee, who have also been coming to the school and providing quite a bit of support in that process as well. So I'll make sure I call that out.
Thank you.
Oh, Miss Boatright?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up too. Can you guys hear me okay, or is it feedback?
No, now it's fine.
Okay, weird. I just wanted to say, I agree. Dr. Dixon and Dr. Lee, we have a lot of really good resources here locally. And Dr. Rodriguez, you've developed some talent and brought that in, through a local pipeline. So one of my things is I am fine with us getting consultants, but I want to make sure that we're keeping an eye on the fact, like how much, just like that grid, how much does it cost us and what is their impact? Because it is hard for me to imagine that they are doing that they're in the same category as our local talent. So that's kind of one of the reasons I just want to keep an eye on our use of consultants. Because to me, it seems like we've got some really strong local talent that's doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And the principals as well.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
I do agree with Mrs. Boatwright. However, I just want to say, in terms of the way how when we went over the what we agree with a few minutes ago in terms of funding and academics was one of our top priorities. I think in terms of building all these buildings that we're about to undergo, I think that education is priceless in terms of bringing people in to help aid our students along, because I do believe that, I don't see any amount of money that could cost us that would help us move our students. And I just think that our district has today, even having our talk around in terms of district goals, I think that we're all in agreement of that. We don't mind fitting that bill. So, I just want to put that out there that, some of us we do feel that in terms of making that happen, and that if it have someone coming from a different perspective and from a different area to bring a different perspective, I think that we all can appreciate that, including and that's not to knock Dr. Dixon or Mrs. Mello at all. I just think that sometimes a different eye. I'm always telling me sometimes a different eye can always show you something different. I think that we can appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, the second school to present their plan will be Ms. Rivera, principal of Joseph Shanklin Elementary, who will be joining us via Zoom. Ms. Rivera, the floor is yours.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and other board members. Thank you for allowing me to come on this afternoon and share with you the plan that we have to move Joseph Shanklin Elementary forward. So it was very discouraging this year to slip down into the unsatisfactory by 1 point. And so we are all working to move up and get out of that unsatisfactory and out of the underperforming range. So today I would like to share with you some of the things that we've already put into progress, how that has been helping this year so far, and some of our next steps. So similar to what Principal Neal spoke about in regards to seeing that growth from the fall to the winter, you can see I organized mine just a little differently than she did. She has hers divided into the 5 categories, whereas mine I just did into the 3. Those are the 2 options that you have in iReady for how you can pull the data. So that's why you may just see mine looking a little different. It doesn't mean that I didn't have any that were above grade level. So just wanted to share that with you. So you can see for the fall for grade 3, we went from 13% of our students being on grade level to 27% in the 3rd grade. And today I'm speaking exclusively regarding our accountability grades, those 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students that the South Carolina report card data is derived from. 4th grade, we went from 14% in the fall to 29% in the winter. And 5th grade, we went from 8% in the fall to 12% in the winter. And so we know that we still have substantial work to do across all of our grade levels. However, we are very proud of that growth that we have. And so upon reflection of that with myself, the leadership team, and the teachers, we really wanted to think about what were some of the things that we incorporated during that first semester that were helping us to get those results. And so, similar to what Principal Neal said, we collaborated with Scholastic Consultant, Open Court Consultant. Those are people that actually come into our building. Principals have some autonomy in how they utilize those consultants. So at my school, what we utilize it a lot for is building the capacity within our staff. So making sure that the administration, the coaches, the teacher leaders of the school are building their capacity, that once that consultant leaves, we have our own on-site experts that can continue to carry on with supporting the teachers. We also are the majority of our school is in year 2 of letters. Just our new staff that joined us this year are on year 1. And one of the things that I'm really proud of in regards to our school is it was required for the kindergarten through 3rd grade teachers, but we have a lot of other staff within our school that took on this professional learning. So we have academic art teachers. We have some paraprofessionals that work with our kindergarten students who wanted to expand their learning about how they could support in the classroom. Our school counselor, who is very involved in academics, she runs our after-school emerging scholars program. All of them are involved, and they really didn't have to be, but the commitment that the group has to moving the achievement of our Joseph Shanklin Sand Dollars forward is exceptional. One of the things that I'm also really proud of, and this was something that I facilitated, not anything that I did personally myself, was that we had all of our teachers develop and analyze common formative assessments. And so this work actually started back over the summer. We had a group of dedicated teachers who wanted to come together and go ahead and get ahead for the school year. They wanted to develop the common formative assessments that were aligned to the standards that were being taught and that were aligned to the rigor of the standard. Because as you know, when you get curriculum, they will give you quizzes or assessments that you can use, but we have to make sure that what we are using is aligned to what we need our students learning and aligned to the difficulty level, the rigor of what they're going to be expected to do on the South Carolina Ready assessment. Also within that, we use those common formative assessments to every week, we would go back and analyze them in our professional learning community. Teachers had the opportunity to speak to one another. I see that your group did really awesome on this particular question. How did you approach that with your students versus my students were not so great in that area? So it really fosters that collaboration. And then one of the other things that we did beyond just that weekly formative assessments is we are now conducting 6-week cycles of, they correlate to about a unit, sometimes give or take a week, and with a plan for reteaching. So when our students were not successful when taking that unit or chapter assessment, how are we going to go back and reteach that standard? And oftentimes that doesn't mean teaching it the same way that you did before. So that's where that collaboration comes in again, and looking at that data to say, like, your kids were very strong here. What kind of strategies did you use? So we believe that that contributed a lot to our progress so far. I'd like to speak now about some next steps that we are going to be working on here at Shanklin for the second semester. So we are going to continue to collaborate with our Scholastic consultant to monitor the picture of excellence within the ELA block. So once again, our Scholastic consultant, I believe, is coming back mid-February, and we will be working on looking specifically what are the components or the parts that could be causing misconceptions, and how can we address that with our teachers so that they can address that with our students. We will continue to collaborate. We have 2 more sessions this year with our letters consultant, which is just such powerful learning really about the science of reading and how to move those students forward. I personally, myself, my assistant principal, we're all involved in that. And this has been an eye-opener for me too, because I certified early childhood, elementary, mostly taught middle school math and science. But I did teach 5th grade reading at one point, and even some of the things that I'm learning through this process is very powerful, and it's allowing me to give better feedback to my teachers. We will also continue to work on those common formative assessments. We feel like these have been very beneficial, so we need to keep those moving forward. And we're also going to be, we've kind of revitalized a little bit how we're doing our walkthroughs. We want to make sure that we are in the classrooms as much as possible, giving intentional feedback that's actionable, that has specific next steps with our teachers. And so we've actually been working on that through our portfolio with our executive director, Dr. Dixon, who is supporting us along that. And I've learned a lot of valuable tips to move that forward as well. Next, I'll talk a little about math. So if we could go down to that one, please. All right, so once again, you can see that the data is set up similar to the last slide. So you can see there that we did have growth from 3rd grade, again, from the fall to the winter, although we would have liked that to be a little larger. We do have some plans in place to focus on that. 4th grade, once again, great growth. 5th grade, moving along, growing. So if we continue on this path, we are going to have an increase of the 4% that was predicted in the fall. And it is predicted that we can have 29% of our students score proficient in the spring. And that is an excellent goal because last year we were only at 17%. So this is making amazing growth. So once again, speaking about some of those things that we've done this year already, we collaborate regularly with our Ready Math consultant. And that's not just done by her coming to the school. She comes to the school to assist us as usual and helping us to build capacity. But also we have principal meetings with her. She comes in and talks specifically to our coaches. We have usually some type of interaction with her about every 5 weeks. She is a huge support for our school. Other things that we've done to also facilitate our growth we've also done those common formative assessments and the benchmark assessments and that whole cycle of reteaching. We do that in both ELA and math. We meet once a week for our PLCs for ELA and once a week for our PLCs in math. And looking at that data is always how we warm up and introduce the PLC for the day. So some of the things that we would like to continue on within this next semester, I would like to share one with you first that I actually didn't have prepared on this slide because it just came to fruition. I'm very, very excited. We have a wonderful group of volunteers that work with us over in our Habersham community, which is within our school zone. And they have a charity that's called the Friends of Shanklin. And so traditionally in the past, they've done things such as sponsoring field experiences for our students, sometimes out of school, sometimes paying for speakers or presentations to come in the school. However, this is something really exciting that we're about to embark on. They funded us to get 60 parent math manipulative kits. And these are going to be given to 60 of our parents who will come to an either after school or Saturday training with their children. And we will go through the process of how you can use these manipulative kits at home. But it doesn't just stop there, because then we're going to follow up weekly with Zooms with the families in the evening. And then once every about 6 weeks, there'll be an actual in-person event. And so Friends of Shanklin has generously purchased these kits for us, and they should be in next week. So we're very excited to get started. But also they're going to come support us at this rollout with the families. And so I think it's going to be really great for everyone in the community to get together with that. And I think that we're going to see some amazing progress from that. We're going to be keeping data on the kind of like assessments where the students are at right now that are participating in this program with their parents, and we'll be tracking it along because I'm sure that we're going to see amazing growth from them. Other next steps, we will continue working with the Ready Math consultant. I will share one thing with you. She does do monthly contests, and Shanklin is very competitive. So we always try our best. We did win the banner one time this year for having the least amount of rush flags. That means the students took their time and did a great job on their fall diagnostic. And so we proudly displayed that banner. We're going to continue working with those formative assessments because they really have been driving us to do what we need to do for our students. And then also those walkthroughs, we've got to make sure we're getting them across the content areas, not just in ELA, but in math. We get into science, social studies. We get into like our academic arts, such as music, art. We want to support everyone, every staff member, every student in their personal growth at Joseph Shanklin Elementary School. The last thing I would like to share with you is Joseph Shanklin Elementary School scored average last year in our climate indicator on the SC report card. So for my third goal, when I was reflecting on it with the continuous improvement plan that I do for the state, it said, what is another area where you feel like if you really focus in on this, this would really help your school to grow? So I really wanted to focus in on the achievement of our multilingual learners. The multilingual learner population at Joseph Shanklin Elementary has grown exponentially, not just in the last few years, but this is my 11th year at Joseph Shanklin Elementary School, assistant principal for 6 years. When I started there, we only had a part-time multilingual teacher. Now we have 2 full-time multilingual teachers and a bilingual liaison because our population of multilingual learners is exploding. Just last week, we got 12 new multilingual learners. So we have a lot growing there. So some of the things that we really focus on within our school to help these learners grow, and you can see over here that they are definitely growing. So I pulled the data from iReady to look at the multilingual subgroup. And this first column on the top is how much our multilingual learners have grown this year. So you can see that that was from 8. Sorry, I'm looking on a little computer to 19. All right. And you can see, yes, we are having growth with our other students as well that are not identified as multilingual learners. But the multilingual learners are keeping up. They're growing. Okay. We're not having like a huge gap there in between where they are and where they're growing. And this was specific data for reading. Okay. And that's where we're really focusing in on because we really want to help those multilingual learners. And right now they're getting prepared to go take that access assessment, which is the multilingual progress on the South Carolina report card. And so I feel confident that we are going to see some amazing results from the growth of those students so far this year as well. So some of the things that we do to support this is we maintain a 100% SIOP trained staff. So every certified member of our staff has to be SIOP trained. We had 4 new staff members this year that came in and they've just completed, I think they have one more session, their SIOP training with our lead multilingual teacher, Melissa Lee Rivera, who provides it for us on site. So we don't have to send them out or anywhere like that. She's trained from the SIOP organization. We had one teacher who started after that already started, but she signed up to be in a group with the district. So once again, Joseph Shanklin Elementary will meet our 100% SIOP certified teachers. Also, our multilingual program lead teacher, Melissa Lee Rivera, emails weekly SIOP tips. For example, last week she sent out a tip that was all about multimodal ways to involve all the students. So pictures, things like articles, cartoons, music. How can we bring that in for all the multilingual students? And the wonderful thing about SIOP, which is strategies that specifically help multilingual students, is that they're also proven to be successful in students that are struggling. And so we're kind of getting a double dip there. Not only is that helping our multilingual students, but those same strategies can be put in place with our other students who are having difficulties as well. This month, Melissa Lee has also expanded her professional learning, and as part of our Title I plan, she has gone now to advanced train the trainer SIOP training. So this is going to open up more professional learning for her to share with the others at our school site. We have had observations and feedback from the district multilingual coaches. They regularly come as part of that ISD group that visits the school bi-weekly. And I will tell you that when they first started coming to the school, I was a little nervous. I was like, oh, these people are here, but it has been one of the most amazing opportunities. We really are able to get out there, get into as many classrooms as possible and look and see what are the next steps? What is something we can chunk down to move this forward for Shanklin? And then you know that there's going to be some accountability because the admin, the coaches are going to go back in and check. But then when the ISD members come back, they're going to go around and check as well. So it's nice having that additional layer of accountability. So those are some of the things that I feel so far have helped our multilingual learners. Some of the things that we're going to look at to continue on for the remainder of this semester is to finish up that SIOP training. We have a new program where we keep the individual plans for our multilingual students. And so we have a training coming up on elevation pathways. This allows the teachers to go in and look very specifically at a multilingual learner that they have. Where is that student at? What can we do in the classroom to help move this student forward? And of course, just like everyone else, we regularly get into our multilingual learner classrooms for very intentional walkthroughs, feedback, and next action steps. That's my presentation for the 3 things that we are working on. So if you have any questions, I would love to answer them for you about the work we're doing at Joseph Shanklin Elementary.
Colonel Guyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fellow board members, I think you also need to be aware of the unique environment at Shanklin Elementary School. For those of you that have never been there, know where it's at, you take Laurel Bay Road out from the air station all the way out to the west, just before you hit the water. That is the Laurel Bay housing area, marine housing area. Shanklin School is just to the south. In fact, it's right on the border there. They get not only junior enlisted Marine families that come and go in there that are not senior enough to be able to attend the Department of Defense school there at Laurel Bay housing area. They also have a very, as you mentioned, volatile, if you will, Hispanic population coming and going into that area. And that area of Burton around that school has probably the largest amount of affordable housing in the northern Beaufort County. And affordable housing, I'm talking mostly trailer parks. So this is not an excuse, but it's a challenge that they have there, and constant turnover of students. As she just mentioned, 12 students coming in. And you probably lost about 12 students about the same time. So she's trying to, has a program to try to start these kids off in a educational system, and they come and they go. And they don't come and go at the right time for testing. So again, it's not an excuse, but this is a challenge that you have, Ms. Rivera. Would you like to expand on that any?
Sure. So when you think about like how our population changes throughout the year, that 45-day mark is when if a student was in your school on that day, and then continues on without going anywhere else for the rest of the year until it's time for testing, that is a student that will count for you for accountability within your school report card. And so, you know, unfortunately, we have some of our students who, you know, are here up until a little past the 45th day, but then they've got to go move into some housing over in this other zone. And then maybe they'll come back. And so we still work to support all of our students. All of our students get the same passion, the same energy, the same education from us, regardless of whether they're going to count for us on state testing. But it definitely can be discouraging when you've put so much energy and so much passion into students and you've seen such exceptional growth from them, and then they don't per se count for your school.
Mr. Nay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm having technological issues over here. My esteemed colleague from the 6th District just stole some of my thunder because it's my school now, and I was going to talk about the transient population and how she's grabbing the bull by the horns when I did my school visit last semester. But I will also say thank you for clarifying your psyops there, because I thought you were talking about psychological operations. Thank you.
Oh goodness, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Whoever's.
I don't know. I thought. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to compliment Principal Rivera on the performance as well. The ELA is a 300% improvement from one grading period to the other. The math is 700%. And the multilingual learners is 250%. So I think you've discovered a methodology that works. And so hopefully it can be expanded, even though I know there are different triggers in terms of funding if it doesn't have a certain designation, but seems like a good investment. Thank you.
Ms. Boatright.
Okay, hopefully I'm not going to give you feedback of the electronic kind. Yeah, and you know, I wanted to build on what Colonel Geyer said. And we have the same problem here on Hilton Head as well, in that we have, I was talking to someone about a student at our elementary school, and we were working on a project. She let me know, and by the time I reached out to the mother, they had moved. They had only been in the school for 1 week, and they moved out of the district. So we do have a lot of transient, and I just want to make the point that this is one of the reasons why I'm not a fan of using only the SEC Ready and SEC Scorecard, all those tests, as the basis of assessing whether or not a school is doing a good job, because it doesn't account for any of these kind of confounding variables. And if you're a data scientist, the first thing you do is you gather data from multiple sources, you compare apples to apples, and you clean your data and you account for confounding variables. And that is something that these traditional tests that we put a lot of weight on, and that the public puts a lot of weight on, is not able to capture. So it's great to get it out here in the public discussion that we have some unique challenges at some of these schools. I think the Hilton Head Elementary schools share some of those challenges. Certainly Joseph Shanklin, which I do believe is the fastest growing of the English language learner population right now in Beaufort County. And so I think we need to, it's great to say that anecdotally, but again, when we talk about these academic achievement and we talk about how we evaluate schools, there are so many other things that we should be adding into those SC Ready and those scorecards to give a fuller picture of what's going on, because I think that's just incredibly important. And we really need to move the public off of this ABC, you know, they got this 1 grade and that's it, and not looking into, you know, attendance, discipline, engagement, transitory students. What percentage of them have been in this? How long have they been in this country? You know, how many of these students have had any formal education? So there's just an opportunity for me to get on my little mini soapbox, but I'm done now.
All right. Mr. Smith.
First, I'd like to say thank you for your presentation. I would just say I believe in terms of some of my colleagues have said, as well as I think Mrs. Gordon said it as well. So again, I think this is some of the same issues that we're facing in terms of the early childhood some of those situations and in this community as well. Everything that she said that in the last comment section, I believe it applies in this. So I will just ditto on that. So I won't keep you long on that. And one thing I will say to the principal, Mrs. Rivera, I tell you, hearing your voice and the enthusiastic in your voice and the excitingness about where you're going made, if you were down, it made you keep your chin up. And I appreciate that, because that told me that you're excited and that there is a plan there, and that you know where you're going at in terms of where you want your students to be, and that you're not down, that you do realize that there's a God in there, and there's a strong will and a way for your possibility to be birthed in. And I appreciate hearing that from you. So, I just wanted to, I like to give people their kudos publicly. And I've been in your school too, and I've seen your population, and I've been able to do some things there. So I just wanted to put those out there, not be long before you, and just to tell you thank you. I'm looking forward to the situation they're changing real sooner than later. But also, I forgot to ask this question the last time I met to ask the I meant to ask Mrs. Neal. I normally like to always ask the administrators before they leave, but I will ask you as well, and she can email us if she have anything. As a board, what can we do to help you, aid you along to get this done that you don't have, or what would you like to have if we could get you anything to help you move these scores and move your students forward? What could we do as a board, if there's anything?
So I think it's really just continuing like you're doing right now, Mr. Smith, with that continued public support, that knowing that we are passionate about what we're doing and we are working very hard to make a difference, and just helping maintain that message across the community.
And you're quite welcome. I will from my end, D3 will definitely continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
No problem.
Ingrid? I think she might not have put her hand down.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
No more.
Yep.
Thank you, Principal Rivera.
The final
Thank
school
you
to
for
present
allowing me to zoom in.
the final school to present their plan is the principal of Robert Smalls Leadership Academy, Mr. Terrence.
Good afternoon, y'all. Robert Smalls Leadership Academy does receive 2 report cards, and we're here for the elementary, yet I am sharing data on grades 3 through 8 for full transparency for everyone. So we have seen increases from fall to winter scores as well, and you can see that in the data. One of the things that I want to point out is that we had a 41% increase on ELA achievement overall, which equates to 7% per grade level on projected proficiency for the SC Ready from fall to winter, which I think was very strong. But we dug into that data a little bit deeper, and what we saw was we were shocked from the spring to fall scores for SC Ready. And what we noticed was the transient population and military, as well as rent rates and families moving in and out. We went back and looked at exit surveys for families and why they were leaving us, because we have a 50% student attrition rate from 3rd grade to 4th grade, and then a 64% student attrition rate across all the grade levels. So about 36% of our kids are new every year to us. And what that equated to, we only had one person that put down that they didn't like the school. That's why they left. So then we dug in a little bit deeper, and we continue to say community support. And I saw community engagement earlier, so I'm glad we're supporting that as well to make sure that we are in the community and people are talking about us, and constantly being in the community for that. So I believe that to attribute the success that we've had so far is the utilization of the assessments for learning. Those assessments for learning have allowed us to utilize our data analysis protocols to dive really deep into the data and pinpoint pieces. And for both ELA and math data, we have our multilingual educators, as well as our student support service educators that have dove into that data and have regrouped individuals with specific standards that they need to be able to assess, as well as our after school and our Saturday school programming. We have also been able to utilize the utilization of the assessments for learning allowed us to develop a departmentalization model for content strengths specific for elementary teachers. We noticed some teachers were getting higher scores in math, so we decided to have them do math for the whole grade level and then be able to dive into that to be able to leverage that as we're moving forward as well. In addition to that, we were very excited that the state accountability plan in front of you has a third domain measure in school climate. And this area has been identified as a strength for Robert Smalls with a score of 8.35 out of 10. Previously was 3.19. And this has been a very strong focus of ours to build that. This strength was reiterated through instructional reviews, as well as the Cognia school review has reiterated that school culture and climate is at a strong place now. So moving forward with next steps, we're going to continue the data analysis protocol, continue diving into that. But we're also going to really focus in on our multilingual demographic, which was mentioned earlier as well. And we see this increased trend with students coming from countries that have no formal education and coming to us. So we're really planning an intensive multilingual training for all of our teachers moving forward. I'm open to any questions.
Very succinct. Ms. Middleton.
Hi, thank you for the information. Please tell me what your Saturday school initiative looks like.
Yes. So right now, our Saturday School Initiative, we have, we're focused on iReady in Lower Academy. And then in Upper Academy, we're focused on, it's not seat time, but credit recovery. I'm sorry, credit recovery for students that have been absent and continuing through Edgenuity throughout that practice. We're looking to expand our Saturday school programming to offer some arts and some other things as well. But right now we just want to hone in on iReady and that Edgenuity.
On average, how many students attend your Saturday initiative?
Depending on the day, right now we're between 20 and 60. If we had busing, I do think that would increase significantly.
Mr. Smith?
My question, how many outside people do you have coming in, and what does that look like?
Consultants or community members?
Consultants.
So right now, the consultants that we're focused in on elementary will be iReady. Rachel Childers comes in, and then we have SREB for our math program. And then in Upper Academy, we have a group called Solution Tree that is working on the standards-based education for our teachers, as well as lesson planning development. And that goes right through our PLCs. And what we do in those PLCs will be the data analysis, the creation of lesson plans, and then they demonstrate the lesson plans in front of everybody. And then they come back through and do walkthroughs to observe and give direct feedback.
Colonel Guyer.
Please expand upon your other volunteers that come in.
Yeah, so we have about 40 community members that come in and read to our babies. So we're seeing significant increases in kindergarten, first and second. It's not displayed here because it's not accounted for in the state test. We also have a couple community members that have donated Bedtime in a Box, which is an outstanding program for birth to 5. It's $120 per box. And kids get every single thing they need to do, and parents, along with a routine card in English and Spanish, 5 books, pajamas, toothpaste, to everything you can think of to wrap up their day and conclude with bedtime. And so we had somebody help us fund that as well. And the individuals that are that are reading every 2 times a week, coming in and reading with our little kids. And they track that data as well.
Ms. Boatwright? Anybody else like to ask a question? Okay, Mr. Smith?
Also, in terms of your school, what does the makeup of your school look like?
Demographics? Are you talking race or socioeconomic status or?
You can do both.
Yep. So from my understanding right now, we're approximately between 35 and 40% African American. We're right around the exact same percentages with Hispanic, and then we have a mixture of white and two or more races. We are seeing that multilingual or Hispanic demographic continue to increase, which is something that we got to pay very, very close attention to as we're building out programming for the next couple of years. When we talk about socioeconomic status, I believe we're around 89% poverty level, which is I think it's 26,000 or below. Is the poverty level. So about 89% of our families are there, but we're 100% free and reduced lunch as well.
Right. And how many bilingual bilingual staff members do you have? Do you have any?
4 currently. We have 1 parent liaison, and then the rest are teachers. So it's very difficult for us at this moment to be able to hold meetings and do everything that we need to with just that amount of bilingual teachers. Definitely something on my top priorities when I'm looking for hiring.
Okay. And also, have we gotten those lights out there fixed in terms of the after hours facility?
We have a portable light that's out there that does wonders. It was outstanding last night as our girls went into overtime. It was the probably the second best game last night after the South Carolina LSU game. Our girls went into overtime against Whale Branch, and those lights were on. And then our boys ended up winning by 5. The most important part about last night is our gym was completely packed and everybody in our Burton community was safe.
Right. Yeah, that's definitely a good thing. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So in the previous year, you moved your numbers. What things did you put in place to move from, what was it, unacceptable to below average? And are you using those things this go around to move your numbers even further?
Yes, great question, Ms. Middleton. I attribute that to the teaching staff. We had a 50% teacher retention rate the first year I was there, and that was the year of unsatisfactory. We had a 92% teacher retention rate falling into this year. So keeping those teachers around really assisted. Secondly, I think that we have put more of a full court press, if we're sticking with basketball here, on the academics. So we held PLCs last year. We held these data dives and guest teachers and community members coming in, but we really dove deep now into data analysis protocols. That's the shift this year. And so each teacher, after every single unit assessment, is doing a deep dive into the data to find out exactly what kids are passing, what kids aren't, and not only the reteaching process, but who needs to come to after school. We're full at after school, over 200 kids every single day after school staying with us. We were looking at the effectiveness, and I think Ms. Boatwright had mentioned this earlier, the effectiveness of the programming, right? And kind of measuring those two with the cost. And after the first quarter, I did not see very strong correlation with the effectiveness of our after school program and our results. So we've revamped that and now mandated that all after school programs are using the iReady lessons instead of teacher created lessons to be able to have focus there, and have added classroom walkthroughs for after school with our ELA instructional coach and our after school coordinator. So I do believe with that we'll see that shift again and continued trend. The only thing I'll say without you guys asking, hesitant, is we have 3 teachers out in 6th grade right now. So they're holding it down. Our teachers are doing very well. We have substitutes in there, but that's the one piece that I'm still worried about. And we still dive into every single week, 2 times a week, to say, how are we supporting these students that are in our 6th grade, continuing to 7th and 8th, so that they're prepared to take their high school classes in 8th grade.
Mr. Smith?
Also, just actually, I mean, Pearl brought up a topic earlier about volunteers coming in. When you were giving me those contractors that you had earlier, I noticed one time when I was there that you had you had a very good helper in there. It was, I believe it was Dr. Shadane and another guy. When they come in, how are they factoring into the move of these scores as well? in terms of where we are now?
Yeah, so I don't think that there's any direct correlation to the scores with those visitors coming in between Dr. Stradane and Dr. Jack Conrath, who is also a superintendent.
Right.
And another one that I failed to mention, I hate to say, failed to mention him, is Dr. Christopher Thompson with Thumbs Up. We've made a partnership and we're continuing after school and going to do some summer work as well. But I do believe what we've done with them is I've allowed them to interact with my assistant principals so that they can help them with their leadership development to continue to go high level, see the impact of the systems, and then go back granularly. And both of those individuals have helped reach out to the greater community within the United States to say, hey, there's some good work going on here. Why don't you come in and see what's going on?
Okay.
That's
good.
Thank
you. And that's the last question that I've asked the last lady. Is there anything else that we can do for you as a board to help you continue to reach higher heights?
I'll say the same thing that they said, continue to be a positive, give us the positive feedback, please, and give growth feedback. I prefer feedback like my coffee, black coffee feedback. I don't need any sugar or cream, but my teachers need some sugar and cream sometimes, and they really need to see what they need to do to be able to move forward. Staffing is always helpful, but seeing what you prioritized on that compensation and budget, you guys are right on track to be able to support exactly what we're doing. So I definitely appreciate that we're all aligned on that point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I was going to suggest, Mr. Flowers, that you do the strategic plan waiver, and then we still have 4 items after that. So let's take a little break after that. Yes.
Yeah, just one quick comment, in terms of what you've seen here or heard today, I should say. One is, in general, what we're seeing is in the elementary grades, 5th grade, generally speaking, is a bit of a more difficult lift. Okay. And that's partially by design because of the way the standards jump from one grade to another. Sometimes there's a bigger jump there between grade levels. Okay. The second thing is math continues to be a heavier lift and a more challenging lift for our schools. Okay. That's not just Beaufort County, by the way. That's statewide and nationwide. Math has had the greatest impact of the pandemic, and math is the hardest one to move out. Found interesting the initiative with the Habersham group, the Friends of Shanklin, providing families kits for, in essence, hands-on learning that sort of conceptualizes what's happening in the different processes in mathematics, right? So it helps with some understanding. We have those in schools, but it's interesting their thought process of connecting that to families at home. And then the other thing I would mention, 2 more things. One, projections you see here are just that, projections at this juncture in time, right? You still have several more months of instruction that positively can impact those projections even more. And then the last piece is, if you remember, because I spoke with several of you of this about this when you were seeking clarification with respect to your budget priorities. So you heard mentioned several times from the principals here today about formative assessments or benchmark assessments, right? Those are all part of the assessment platform piece that I had in those 3940 priorities, because it is a part of moving schools. It's feedback that teachers receive about the impact of instruction immediately following instruction. Well, immediately within a 1, 2, 3 week cycle of instruction, then you have an assessment. So you can go back and make those decisions, which you heard one of them mention about reteaching or not reteaching based on what they're seeing from that data. In other words, I taught it. Did they get it? If not, why? Do I need to reteach? Do I need to enrich now? Do I need to move on? Right? Decisions, instructional decisions that our teachers make in their professional learning community. Okay, I'll be quiet.
Secretary Middleton.
Madam Chair, I have a motion. I move that the Board of Education approve the South Carolina Department of Education school turnaround plans for the district's identified underperforming schools: Well Branch Elementary School, Joseph Shanklin Elementary School, and Robert Small Leadership Academy.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Smith made the second on the motion. All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Ms. Boatright? I think she stepped away. All right, so the motion is unanimous for those in the room, which is 8-0. Yeah. Thank you. No, because Dr. Wisniewski's gone. Yeah, 9. And Hay and Bo. All right, Mr. Flowers.
The strategic plan one now?
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So I seek the board's approval for the district to request from the South Carolina Department of Education a 3-month extension to submit our new 5-year district strategic plan and school renewal plans that will start with the fall of 2024 and end spring 2029. The extension provides additional time for stakeholder engagement, allows for further cross-departmental collaboration, and to build plans using data from the end of the school year. The request is made with the support of the Strategic Plan Steering Committee that has representation from the various district departments. Some of them may still be behind me, so. The normal process that is followed will continue to be followed, but the timeline will be extended by 3 months. So instead of being due at the end of April, this request would have them due at the end of July. As the district continues to review and determine initiatives, the process will be incorporated into the development of the new strategic plan. As the district makes decisions around these initiatives, the time will allow for them to be incorporated into the plan, and then time for schools to align their school renewal plans to the district's plan. The district will align specific and targeted action steps to the strategies with clear budgetary alignment and indicators of implementation. This work ensures that the district's budget development and time has the strongest connection to the district strategic plan and each school's school renewal plan. Lastly, the district's rebranding process has been connected to the development of the strategic plan. The extension allows for the rollout of the new 5-year strategic plan and the rebranding process to happen in tandem. This highlights the unified work of these two processes. This overview highlights the key points for the request for the board's approval to request a 3-month extension from the South Carolina Department of Education. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Education approve the district's request to seek a 3-month extension for the submission of our district strategic plan and the school renewal plans.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, Mr. Smith, second the motion. Mr. Day?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I totally agree. Moving the deadline so that we can incorporate the data from the end of the school year makes sense. But why was the original deadline April, and who set it?
The legislature sets it. So it's part of South Carolina law that we have to submit them by the end of April. So we're just applying for a waiver, which is allowed for us to request an extension.
So it doesn't seem like that would be a unique thing. Are not other schools doing this too? And why has it not been moved by the legislature?
Legislature doesn't move it. They have a set date, but they recognize there's possibility where individual school districts might want to shift. And there could be a lot of factors. It could be you get a new superintendent coming in the middle of it. You get new board, and there could be a lot of factors. So they provide the avenue with which to do it. I think we see an opportunity to strengthen our overall strategic plan with fresher data, in conjunction with our branding opportunity, and a host of various reasons that we think it makes sense to us.
Thank you.
All right, all those in favor of the, she's never put it. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Aye. Any nays? Ms. Boatright? She's not. So 8-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we still have 4 items to go. Looks like probably So why don't we take a break until, quick break and come back at 2:30. That's 10 minutes. All right, we're back from a short recess and we're continuing the Beaufort County Board of Education work session of January 26, 2024. Our next topic is the facility master plan presented by Robert Otting and Carol Crutchfield.
I was going to say, I am just going to come up to the board real quick and say thank you, and I'll hand you over to the architect of this book for the most part, Carol Crutchfield. So I'll be here if you have any questions.
Oh, you just called me an architect.
I
Okay.
know.
I like that. Okay, thank you all for letting me come talk to you about the facilities master plan. This is going to kind of be a really high level discussion because you didn't get it in your board docs or whatever our new program is until late yesterday. So I know you all have not had a chance to review it, look at it, but I'm just going to hit the highlights, kind of, remind you of how it's structured and just talk about a couple of quick little things. So, starts out, we've got an executive summary that Robin is on page 5. And again, that just kind of gives you an overview, a quick look at what you're going to see in the book. The next section is the program section, and that starts on page 13. And again, this is a snapshot of what programs, instructional things were going on in our school district this current year at the 45-day. Because remember, the entire book takes a snapshot look at what's happening at the 45-day for demographics, for programs, for everything, for where we are with facilities. So just keep that in your mind, 45-day. And again, this year we took a look at program capacity. That is a thing that is going to change every year as we add programs or change programs or move something. That affects the way we use our building. So that number for that school could go up or down or stay the same. So just wanted to point that out. And you'll see that calculation on page 34 there. Then the next section is the demographic section. And again, it explains and outlines student data for our schools and clusters and begins the analysis that's used to determine future facility needs based on our resident student projections. And we show projections. We've been doing this since COVID for the past 5 years. Starting with 19. Remember, we saw that drop during COVID, and we started monitoring projections and what our projections were looking like. So this is our plan is this is kind of the last year we want to do that way. I think what we're seeing is the model is kind of leveling things out. We know from looking at the past 3 years that our projections seem to be back on track with what we anticipate. And then at the end of this section, there's also the discussion about future need for any changes in student assignment, and that satisfies part of our required reporting that we have to give to you all to the board. And remember, there's a page, a demographic sheet for every school that outlines who's attending, who lives in the zones, what the projections are by grade. It also gives you a breakdown of who's transferring into each school and where they're coming from, and then who's transferring out of that attendance zone to go to another school. You have that breakdown. And then also the differences between the ethnicity of who's attending the school and who is zoned for the school. And again, that's part of our recording. Here's a sample on page 110. Sorry, Robin. That's Okatee. Again, that ethnicity difference is part of our reporting requirements to the Office of Civil Rights. So that again meets some of our needs. Right now, just to let you know, there's no planned changes in student assignment for next school year. Looking forward, we will have to look at that in the following school years as we open a new school. Then on page 153, this section starts the facilities discussion. which outlines needs and includes information this year about the age of buildings. That was really part of our conversations we had with the Community Project Review Committee. So we decided we wanted to put that in here so that you all have this information as well. It outlines project completions that will be happening with the 2019 bond referendum. We're wrapping that up at this point, and outlines all the programs and building that will happen with the 2023 bond referendum. So that is in this facility section. Also on page 161 of the book, we included this year a return to discussions about energy usage. So we used to put that in the book. When COVID came along, we kind of weren't focusing on energy because, we needed to bring outside air in, and that's not very energy efficient. So we're back to at least having conversations about our energy usage and see what things we can put in place there. And then the last section, starting on page 175, this section again is meeting a need for reporting our district-owned property and to list property that is not being used or not planned to be used that could be listed for sale. So again, this just meets a requirement by the state. 175 is the last section of the book. Yes. And that kind of concludes my little overview of, what we've presented to you. And again, I know you haven't had time to dive in and get deep into questions, but if you have some, I'll be happy to take them.
Yeah, can I just ask, when will the board members get the hard copy?
So it's going to go to the printer on Monday because we wanted everyone to have a chance to look at it. If you really see something, shoot me something over the weekend, like, hey, you got a big old glaring mistake, and we'll fix it. But it should go to the printers. And then sometimes, I don't know what their schedule is. It may be a couple of weeks. I don't think you'll get it by the first board meeting in February. I would anticipate we should have it ready by the second board meeting, if not sooner. They may be available and you can come pick them up. Yes.
All right, Mr. Dallas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Crutchfield. I got through about 25% of it.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and two pages, 43 and 44. One is the attendance enrollment by grade, which shows the total attendance by school. And I took that and I ran a column of, so that's who's going to our schools. I ran a column of who lives within that school's attendance zone. So the latter is, if we had every student that could attend, that would be 100%. And when I did it like that, there are 16 schools that actually have fewer people attending our schools than eligible students that live in the zone. And so I'm thinking that as we go through that strategic review of trying to find out, like one of the presenters a few minutes ago talked about people coming in, and in your document you have coming in and reasons. If where we are not getting 100%, it may be worthwhile to consider a marketing effort that goes into the community. And I think I read where you can geocode them, who's in there, and specifically target them and tell them about all the amazing programs the public school has that they may not know about. It was just one way of taking that data and pushing it into the community and helping them realize. And then you could leverage some cost statistics, right? What you're going to get already being paid for in public schools versus other options. So just an idea, but
So that transfer in and out, those are only our students. So I'm not measuring students who go to other schools other than our own charter school. So if we have students who may live in our zones, but they're going to like Bridges charter, they're not ours. So I don't have a way of tracking those. So it's just ours transferring in and out that I can track.
All right,
but I understand what you're saying. Yes.
Okay, that delta is a rich, if I want to grow sales to this particular group, I got to understand why they're not coming to.
And you'll see that delta there, that's what I call the net transfers. So when you look at each school's individual sheet, that one we were on earlier, Robin, 110.
I didn't get that far. Ms.
Yes, no, that's okay. This one, 110 is Okeechobee Elementary, and they have a net transfer out of 33 students. So, right.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Ms. Boatright?
Thank you. And I apologize. I had to step away for a couple of minutes with the project here that we have going on. But so hopefully I'm asking the question at the right point here. One thing that I noticed that I think is really striking is the growth over the last, I think, 10 years of the, basically the English language learner or the Latino population going from 19 to 32%. I don't remember exactly what the, was it 10 years, Carol?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a pretty substantial, and now they are the second largest ethnic group in the district. And one thing that I want to kind of tie it into is when we were talking about public comments at our policy committee meeting, and I recognize that my view of public comments is the minority, and I accept the majority of the board. But one of the things that came up from several people who spoke was making sure that the public had access to come before the board and air their concerns. And there was talk about, we need to have the 2 public comment periods so that people that need time to get off of work and, we need to have make accommodations for people who maybe are not particularly literate, et cetera, et cetera. One of my questions is, do we have translators available at our meetings in terms of our board interactions? Do we ever have these board meetings translated into Spanish, given the fact that 32% of our people likely, and I don't know what percentage is within that group, but I know it's more than half are not native English speakers. Do we make, and I'm directing this to more or less the board, are we doing enough to make sure that the 32% of our students, and I also want to take an opportunity here and swerve off this conversation for a second. I would like to give compliments to Steve Shidrick and the staff at Hilton Head Island High School, because they just released our honor roll and principal honors roll and sent it out to all the parents, of which I am one. And I think that they're doing amazing work in that Latino community. A huge percentage of the kids on that roll were, and I know some of them are people that are not native English speakers. And so Hilton Head is doing tremendous work with that. But I'm wondering, as a board, are we doing enough to allow access to the policy and governance for our Latino population? It's not really a question, it's more sort of food for thought.
A rhetorical question.
Well, I think it behooves us to notice that big of a jump in population. And I don't think that trend line is leveling out. Carol maybe can speak to that. But it definitely has had a huge impact I've had kids that started 10 years ago, and now I still am in the school. I can tell you it's had a huge impact, in many ways positive. And in many ways on Hilton Head is probably more so than other schools in the district. But we have to acknowledge that as a board, and we have to acknowledge that as a district, that is a growing population, and making sure that we as a board are doing things to make sure that they have access. If they want to come to public comments, I know that Dr. Rodriguez is bilingual, but he shouldn't be doing translating. We need to have interpreters at our meetings. We need to have Spanish language versions of our board materials. And it's not going to be easy at first because this population is not used to us having that in Spanish. And I know that we did referendum talks with an interpreter. But I think that that's an effort that we as a board need to make sure that this growing population feels included in all the decisions that we're discussing. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
One thing I will say about what she's saying is that, once again, when we open this up, we have to be careful how we open Pandora's box, because, and a lot of times in the Gullah community, they've said the same thing, that, that the Gullah is actually language. And, they say, we for do over here, come see ya. You may not understand that, but Gullah people may understand, and they can interpret exactly what I just said. So, when you start talking about interpretations, and I mean interpreters, then should we give interpreters for everyone? Because now in the schools, we don't give interpreters for Gullah language, and I'm getting more and more to hear about it. Why don't we have interpreters for African American people for the Gullah language? Because they've been taught that, hey, you're not speaking correctly, but actually their English is, because that's our culture. So we are speaking correctly. You just don't understand how we speak, or you just don't understand our language and our dialect and how we talk. So when we start speaking about interpreters, I think that there's a wave going to come across. So we have to be cognizant of how we want to say that we want to support one another and not the other, because I know that I'm hearing that more and more now in terms of community meetings, in terms of people asking me why don't we have interpreters for African Americans. So when we talk about this, just keep that in mind as well. When we have people who come up of ethnics, and I remember one time being at Robert Smalls, and I believe that was the bond referendum. No, that was a referendum that we were having that talk around. And I remember Dr. Rodriguez he actually spoke. So I think that right now we have a jewel, so that we don't have to go down that road, because Dr. Rodriguez talks in Spanish so that they can understand that. So having a superintendent to be able to do that at our meetings, and when they come up and he can do that, then I think that we as a board, we are satisfying that need right now. I think anything else we may enter waters that we as a board may not be ready for. So I just want to put that out there when we're talking about hiring interpreters and what we're doing and what we're not doing, because I believe Dr. Rodriguez, he interprets a lot when it comes to those different ethics. Thank you.
Colonel Guyer.
Carol, there are 5 new large apartment complex, either in construction or permitted, within a 5-mile radius of this location. Most of them, I think all of them, are in county land. They're in pockets. They're not in the city of Port Royal. They're not in the city of Beaufort yet. Have you gotten good feedback from the county planning about what's going to be built, what's under permit, and so on in this Burton area and this area and this arena?
I would say that information is improving. So
Improving from what?
Well, they have historically always informed me of when it first comes through permitting, development review, that kind of thing, of any project of significance. Anything that they think will produce students, they do try to make me aware of.
Yeah, so, I think.
And until they show up, we don't know.
Yeah,
because they may. A lot of times we find people build something for this demographic, this price range, and then something changes in the economy, it becomes something different. So
what the realtors in my area are telling me is that young people that move in here, I'm young people, I'm talking people in their 30s and under, when they move in here, they can't afford to buy. They're looking to rent. And they're looking to rent right now apartments.
These new apartments.
And new apartments. And generally that's going to bring kids. It hasn't in the past. It's, the apartments have been primarily older folks and smaller apartments. These buildings, these complexes are in there have 3 and 4 bedroom apartments in them. So we might wake up with a big surprise in about 5 years when all these things get built.
Yeah.
And where are we going to put
see
them?
those small little, it's starting to trickle, especially in the Battery Creek cluster. We're seeing little small increases there,
right?
Which is good. And I think that could become a trend really going forward. So.
Well, I'm really concerned about that. And I think that when we start looking at our future growth and everything, when you look at the Burton area, there's a lot of potential for growth out there that other than around the airfield and that side there, but even up to the rail branch, there's a lot of growth that's being talked about up there as well.
Right.
And I just don't know that the county has really been able to give us a good projection of what people are talking to them. But when I talk to county people, they're telling me we need more libraries, we need more ball fields and all that kind of other stuff out here. So somebody's thinking about it.
Right, other infrastructure. Well, and if you all may or may not be aware, there is a northern regional plan that the county, it's multi-jurisdictional, and it defines the areas that they want to grow and areas that they really don't want as much growth, like out of the air station for obvious reasons. So what we're seeing with the new apartments and those kind of things are well within that defined growth boundary, I think is what they call it. So, yes.
Earl Campbell?
Well, you was informed that they're gonna build 280 homes right across from Battery Creek football field?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Smith?
And then also, how about Lays Island Middle School as well? They're putting a new housing complex back there. And as well, I've been told that they're also supposed to be putting some new apartments back there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, so the Lays Islands begin to bust, and they're talking about putting two apartment complexes on the on St. Helena as well. They're talking about putting two, and that was kind of shocking, but yeah, they're trying to put two housing. Huh?
I had not heard about it.
Yeah, they're talking about putting two. Yeah, they're talking about putting two housing, two apartment complexes on St. Helena. So that's going to definitely change the the makeup of our schools on this side. I was and they are very serious about that. So I mean, it's some people who own some land and large tracts of it who have the they have the funding and the land to do that. So.
And the good
Yeah,
thing is we
that's-
have capacity in a lot of the schools on Lays Island, St. Helena. We've got the capacity to expand for a while. So
Well,
that's something that we'll, continue to monitor so that we'll know again, when do we need to pull the trigger if we need to do something else in terms of capacity.
Right. And I mean, and that may be true. But I just want to make sure as we're also building that we're keeping that in mind, because I know one of the questions that was asked when we were at one of the meetings when we were talking about building a new Lays Island Middle School, we were talking about not building it for the same size. We were talking about building it smaller. So I just want to make sure that in the process that we are taking that, keeping that in mind in terms of building, because I know we're not building for the same size, but if that growth over there takes off, then I don't want us to be in trouble, and I don't want us to get called by our parents now on that. So that's one of the things. One of the reasons why I'm putting it out there, and also in terms of this plan here, I'm definitely concerned on the gyms that we're building right now in terms of for the middle school. Those one-sided gyms. I think that's a safety and security concern when you're having both teams and both people on one side of the gym, and then you have the team on the other side. I don't think that we're getting good utilization out of our buildings, and a lot of parents have told me that at some of those, and it's mainly in the middle school gyms that we did. I know Robert Small's gym is one of them, and
I think they're all like,
I
think all the middle schools.
No, Lays Island Middle School is not like that. Lays Island Middle School is, it's an older gym,
That's
right?
right. It's an old.
Yeah, it's an older gym. And so moving forward, I want to make sure that is something that needs to be talked about, because hopefully we're not building that type of gym, a one-sided gym, because that is not I don't think that's good utilization of space. And also you're talking about you having programs. Most people have some of their programs in gymnasiums. So you talking about Robert Smalls couldn't have a program in their gym and could get everyone in there, because that one side is not going to fit all, versus having the actual two sides to the gym for your opposing team and your away team. I really, that's really a concern, and safety and security concern for me. And I just wanted to bring that out there. And they had not just for me, other parents and community members have bought that and asked me why we're moving to this new style of gyms for the middle school. They don't feel safe in those. Thank you.
All right. If there are no more questions, thank you so much.
Thank you, Kara.
Yes. If you do find something you want me to be aware of, send me an email over the weekend. Thanks.
You ready? All right. Robin, are you able to pull up the little presentation I have on the after action report? So what I'm going to go over is, we've called it in the past lessons learned, but we're also calling it the after action report. We have done this every year as far on the staff level of evaluating things we would like to work on as we go through the referendum. Kind of talking about, for the 2019 referendum, we started this roughly right afterwards. Actually, I think it came from either the clock or the operations committee suggestions that inspired us to do this. And we did it every year throughout the referendum. And then this year, we actually also added a meeting with the facility staff and the IT staff, because this referendum was so IT heavy and there's a lot of technology input. So Robin, if you could go to the next slide. So what I put together was kind of a summary over the 4 years. And I don't know if you can shrink that down to see it all, but it fell into 4 main categories that you see there. We broke it down in kind of whether design elements, communication elements, construction, or technology. And that stair step is kind of the ones on the left and higher are earlier in the referendum. And as we go down, those are some of the suggestions that we came to later in the referendum. Just an example of one I'll pull out there that I think was that we enacted that was very beneficial was the use of the project charter meetings. And this was basically defining the scope of the project, meeting with the principal, making sure they understood the schedule, the scope, and what's going to be going on, and actually had them kind of sign off on that as far as that they understood, this is how things are going to take place. So then following that, if you would, Robin, the next slide. In December this year, we actually did this with the clock. So what you see there is some of the elements that came out of that meeting with the clock. One of the ones that they focused on, I'd say, was getting project feedback from school staff and teachers. That was something they really, once projects are done, following back with the school staff to get surveys and information about how the projects went. So, and then after that, we actually went to the operations committee and had a similar session where we went over what we have learned throughout over the years. And the thought was to bring that here for the full board. So with that, I will take any questions you have or let y'all have a discussion.
Colonel Guyer.
One of the things that I learned was that in our first two projects, the expansion of River Ridge and May River High School went perfectly. I mean, it really went well, but that was ground that we knew. It was, the buildings were kind of planned for that extensions, so we didn't have to do a whole lot of design work and so on. And we came in really well under budget. We brought back some contingency funds, and I think it frankly got us a little bit overconfident that that trend would continue, because after that, we started adding things and like weight rooms and other things that we would come back to the board and we'd say, how about this extra $1 million here, $1 million there? Yeah, that's no problem. We got the contingency. And then COVID hit. And then prices went absolutely crazy. And the only thing that saved our bacon was the bond premium. A $30 million bond premium saved our bacon. If we hadn't had that, if Tanya hadn't been, experienced enough to know not to include that in the total referendum revenue, we would have been in a trick bag. We would have not been able to accomplish everything in this referendum. So one thing I can tell you for sure, we will not get $30 million in bond premium this time. Not going to happen. And we're going to have to be really, really circumspect on what changes or additions that we make. We're always going to find something that we didn't, anticipate. But we were a bit cavalier early on that. The other thing I noticed is when we did have to cope with this, we started doing value engineering. What's value engineering? It's cut out the fat. And we found, well, we could do with fewer cameras or fewer cables or something a lot cheaper. Well, we need to do value engineering early on to make sure that we're doing that rather than doing it in response to a crisis or an issue. But I will tell you also, we still have a major issue in closeouts. And I will tell you, as just one board member, if I see contracts for contractors that don't have a penalty for not having their paperwork in and close out in a expeditious manner, that they get fined by day and make it hurt. Because that also caused us a lot of grief in trying to know what contingencies were available to push down the road. So we're going to get those closeouts taken care of, and the new contracts are the ways to do that, and give it, and then tell the prime contractors that they better make their subs meet that, or they will pay. We won't go to the subs to get any money. We'll go to the prime contractor. So those are my items that are not on this particular list to see from a board perspective of what we could do better. The technology was the other thing. We hopefully are smarter now to know how to have cutting edge technology, but not too cutting edge. And that's a hard balance, because technology can change from the day you break ground to the day you occupy. So that's going to be another issue. And you all and Mark have got to really be in lockstep all the way, all the time, to keep on track, because the technology is going to change between our first building that we build and our last building we build. So that's another issue. Thank you.
Mr. Dallas?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Otting, you and your operations group for putting this concise after action report. I agree with Colonel Geyer totally. It was always a pleasure when he would show up at the clock meetings, because he would express that type of project discipline, and appreciate the ops group and Deary and all the other people sitting back there that they would, respond. But I think it's avoidable the second time around. So the closeouts and the value engineering, absolutely moving that forward. The closeouts, maybe that's something to actually be tracked, so you have a numerical value of how long does it take, and you can judge people and then hold them accountable, as he's saying. The other thing is, prior to the referendum, prior to COVID, and when COVID hit, at that point in time, it probably has changed. A lot of the suppliers would tell us what the price reference was for supplies. And maybe another element to add is to confer with global markets, so that the operations group is coming to us. In the petroleum industry, if I overprice crude, someone will say, Boulder, I can go to the New York Mercantile Exchange or the Chicago Board of Trade. Here's what it is. I can get it to a refinery. You're gouging me, right? So if there's an external reference point, then you can always challenge them. Well, why is your price so high? And maybe that will help be part of the value engineering. So just a thought for consideration, sir.
Mr. Smith?
Once again, stole my thunder, but no, I'm just joking. But I do agree with him in terms of the closeout, and I've had some concerns in terms of closing out and in terms of lesson learned, because in terms, just for instance, just to put the teeth to it, in terms of Robert Smalls International Academy, like how I've asked about the lights today. Also going in school first couple of days, there was leakage. The question is, how do we take care of that? What was that process like? How we're sure that those things are not going to take place, continue to still take place of the building leaking in different areas, and how we effectively dealing with those things in terms of closing out and moving on to the next contract. So those are definitely things that I was kind of looking forward to seeing too, even though we did this list, but I was looking forward to seeing some of that in terms of just in terms of transparent, just to to bring assurance that we are on those things and that we are being aggressively not letting companies off because we're spending millions of dollars with them and we're just not letting them say that, oh yeah, we're finished and they're moving to the next project, because a lot of these companies, they're not just building one building for us, they're building several buildings and we're spending millions of dollars with them. So it's pretty serious, and the people in the community have talked about that and have asked those questions. How y'all just build this huge and there's millions of dollars on this building. This building is leaking and this is different going on and there's no lights out here. And, like if it wasn't ready, why did we move the kids in there? So just those things to have to be thought about when in terms of transitioning from when we move to the next school. Those things that are kind of lessons learned as well, because those are direct correlation to the community in terms of how we're spending funding here in this district. So those are just some FYI, some food for thought as well, and moving forward and lessons learned. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much for all your comments. I've written them down and we'll be working to address them all in the 2023 referendum. And with that, I think, are we moving on to the next section?
So the naming committee.
Yes, I'm going to ask Mr. Freddie Lawton to come up and talk just briefly about what the schedule will be for the committee before you go ahead and name your selections.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
All right, Miss Robin. I'm not sure what slide number. Do you have a slide from Miss Robin? Shucky ducky, no worries. Well, I have slides on my phone. So yes, we sole purpose us to get a group together so that they could be serving the capacity as an advisory committee to the board for the naming of the school, the mascot, and the colors. So I have my members all queued up that were suggested by the board members and the principals of Bluffton L and of Pritchardville. And we want to have our first meeting next week. The reason we want to have our first meeting next week is because we're behind schedule. So we need to get our school's mascot name and colors out as quickly as possible. Our hopeful deadline is to bring it to the board in March. We would like to survey the students of Pritchardville and Bluffton L as soon as next week as well, so that they can choose mascot and a name. And we'll do that 2 rounds to make sure that we get as much participation as possible in each schools. We'll narrow it all down with the board or suggest that with the committee that we bring together and hopefully come up to consensus so that we can have the first step in place to bring back information to the board. What else is there? The committee we will review the results and then develop the recommendations and bring to the board, hopefully for your first meeting in March. So what I need you to do is approve the names that we have for the committee so that I can go back to my office and press the button to send an invite to them for next week.
I don't think there needs to be a motion, actually. Okay. If we have a AR, it's OS, 28, naming of new schools, mascots and colors. And I want to thank Robert for doing the legwork on this. The 2 principals for the schools you just mentioned, Brenda Blue for Pritchardville Elementary and Christine Brown for Bluffton Elementary, gave the nominations for the members of this advisory committee. And then in addition, we have ex officio members that are the Beaufort County School District employees and the board member that is in that area where this new school will be placed, which is on the May River High School campus. So the naming committee we have it posted here, that serves as in the advisory capacity to the Board of Education. Amber Dean, who's a PTO president, Bernadette McGuire, a SIC co-chair community member, Shauna Olson, an SIC co-chair community member, Marcia Haroff, SIC member, Kristen Quigley, parent, Victoria Maizano, parent, and Rachel Garreau, SIC member, and she's a resident of New Riverside. The ex officio members are the two principals, Brenda Blue, the principal of Pritchardville Elementary, and Christine Brown, the principal of Bluffton L. And then the school district representatives are Robert Otting and Carol Crutchfield, and Christina Guads, that's me. I'm the District 9 representative where this school is being placed. So I think it's going to probably be probably like 2 meetings. I can't imagine that it's going to be very much. And can you announce, you said it was next week. Do you know the date and time and location?
I gave 3 dates, and there's time will be 6 o'clock at May River High School. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday were my choices for next week.
Okay. All right.
And I'll send that out with an evite to all the members that you just listed when I go back to my office.
Okay. That sounds good. And so the board realizes that the committee is just serving as an advisory committee to us. They will bring their recommendations back to us, and then the board will vote yes or no or whatever. Okay. All right. Thank you
You'll be
kindly.
receiving an email shortly.
Okay. And then the next topic are the committee assignments, board committee assignments for 2024. And the board members were given the opportunity to send in their preferences for what committees they'd like to serve on. And most of the board members did do that. And all of the board members that submitted preferences got at least 2 of the committees they asked for. And so we have posted up on the screen here the committees for 2024. And I'm just going to read them so the public, in case they can't see this or are just listening. For academics, we have Chloe Gordon, Chair, Angela Middleton, Will Smith. Finance, Dick Geyer, Chair, Earl Campbell, Elizabeth Hay. Carlton Dallas, Chair, Chloe Gordon, Victor Ney. Legislative, Rachel Wisniewski, Chair, Earl Campbell, Elizabeth Hay. Policy, Rachel Wisniewski, Chair, Ingrid Boatwright, Carlton Dallas. Results, Dick Geyer, Chair, Ingrid Boatwright, Elizabeth Hay. Technology, Ingrid Boatwright, Chair, Victor Ney, Will Smith. And then BJ Ace, Earl Campbell, Carlton Dallas, Dick Geyer. Mr. Smith?
In terms of us sending you the in terms of us sending you what we would want, I just would say that I'm going to do what I was assigned to, but quite disappointed that I didn't get none of my top picks that I've chosen. This is the 2nd year consecutive that this has happened. This is unfortunate, but I just want that to be on record that this is the second year this has happened. Thank you.
Well, I'll have right on record what you texted me after the deadline, and I still honored your request. So, oh, wait a sec. No, you're not going to, sir. It's my turn. If you're going to do that to me, I can do it right back to you. So let me go into my text. As I announced at the board meeting, the deadline was Tuesday, a week after the board meeting. And I received a text from Mr. Smith the following day, i.e. a day after, at 5:06 p.m. So look at the list. Good afternoon, Dr. Guads. I'm sending you to let you know that something is wrong with my email, so I could not email you what can these I like to be on. So that is more reason why I'm texting it to you. I would like to be the chair of the operations committee. I would also like to be on the technology committee. Out. Also like to be on the ACE committee. Also like to be on the chair of the education committee. I also like to be on policy committee. So you listed multiple committees and you were granted 2 of them, even though you submitted it late. The BJ ACE committee is a 2-year appointment per their documentation. And so that's why it's the same 3 people again. So let's have the record straight, sir.
And I believe that you said Wednesday. You said what you said.
Go look at the video.
Okay, well, I believe you said Wednesday.
You look at the video and stop saying things that are untrue.
Well, this is this, no, this.
Sir,
this is
you are
second-
not saying things that are true.
No, it is true. It is true.
You,
This
it's
is
not
second-
true. It's not true.
I asked you to be chair. This is the second year that I'm a veteran board member, and you have not given me a chance to show my leadership skills. This is the second year you've done that. So if you're gonna grant, then let's
Okay,
be for
so
real.
let's have a
Point
vote.
of,
Okay,
Madam,
yeah.
can I say point of
Yeah.
order at this
Yeah,
point?
to be truthful.
I think that should be a discussion between the two of you privately, but this is not the forum for it. Madam Chair has made her selections based on what we sent. So is there a motion to accept, or we just accept her? How do we do this?
You can
ma'am?
have a motion to accept, or if there's an objection, you can make a motion and. No, it's.
No,
I
you don't
mean,
have to.
You,
Okay, so-
I asked you to give requests.
Yes,
And
you
you did,
did.
and I honored those requests.
Thank you.
All right,
Move to adjourn.
yes. Thank you.
Thank you.